This conference will now be recorded.
I got it. I'm a Disney Plus subscriber. You know, I watch all the Marvel shows and all the Star Wars shows. And there's been some really.
This is your 2-minute warning prior to the meeting starting. Anyone wishing to speak, please fill out a comment card. You can find them on the table by the front door.
Call this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors will take place Monday, January the 9th, 2023 at 9 o'clock at the Community Center, 3500 Edgewater Drive, Sebring, Florida, 33872. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. We will start with the consent agenda. Minutes of the Board of Supervisors regular meeting held November the 14th, 2022. Do I have a motion? Second. Are there any comments? Excuse me. Are there any comments from the board on the minutes from the meeting? Are there any comments from the public on the minutes from the meeting? Okay, can we vote, please?
Supervisor Phillips?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley?
Yes.
President Brooks?
Yes. Next on the agenda is the Treasurer's Report, District Financials, October 2022. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any board comments on the Treasurer's Report? Okay, I got just a couple of things. Dan and I kind of went over the plan. The monthly plan for the Treasurer's Report needs to be revisited. Because it's broken down evenly amongst the 12 months. It's not really a good plan. So we're going to revisit that, and there'll be a new plan that will be issued. event soon. The other thing I have a question is, I don't know who this is for, is that once again, the district, the sewer and the water for the month is less than last year. And I need somebody to look into that. I still don't understand why that would happen.
Yeah, so currently with the meter system issue, there's a number of broken meters, so we use a average estimate. And that's your big driver there is the estimation. With the new meter system going in, we'll get better actuals and we should see.
I understand we're doing it by estimate, but don't you think we would estimate it be at least as much as last year?
I think last year was the first year they started doing the estimation process, and this year they kind of fine tuned it. So I think that's why you're getting the numbers you're getting.
Well, I'll just say that we're not going to have the new meters till the end, probably until next fiscal year. So I don't know how you figure on catching up, but we got to figure out a way to catch up.
We will, but when we started into the estimation process, there was a lot of estimates that had been too low and they got caught up in the last part of last year. So there could be a blip in the numbers from last year. But until we get a new meter system that really works, we don't know. You're estimating every month. Really, there's not much we can do until we get a new one in, other than if we want to hire enough people to look at every meter every month, and then you got to input each one of them on an individual basis. You really can't do 4,000 a month. So it's kind of, the number's not ever going to be accurate until we get a new system.
I mean, there is no reason we should be less than last year at the end of this year. Is that correct?
Probably, yes. I would think that last year we were catching up from years of estimation, and we actually started reading. They were not they hadn't been looked at, and each meter hadn't been looked at in over 2 years. So there was a lot of catch up in last year's end of the year. I would guess that the answer would be probably not, but until we get it, we really aren't going to know a good number.
Okay. Another question I had, I just want to confirm, the $140,000 that we spent on the playground, is that the deposit for everything we're doing? That's what that was? Oh, and just answer a question for me. When, on one of the pages, it says R&M. Repair, is that what that, oh, repair and maintenance? Oh, okay. We spent quite a bit. Huh? 75,000?
That's not one bill, that's about 20. Most of it was water sewer repair for stormwater issues or wastewater issues during the hurricane.
Okay.
A lot of that will be recovered from FEMA, hopefully.
And then I had a question. We spent like $7,000 on sod. Isn't that the golf, not the district?
That's more than likely. I don't know the answer specifically, but I can tell you that when we dig something up, you have to put sod back, just like out here in Bridgewater. So that may be what it very, very well may be. I'd have to look at it to see.
Yeah, if you guys can look, because this is back in October. I got to believe it was for the golf course, in which case they should pay. It should come out of their monies.
I doubt it. It normally would be, you got sod in other places when you do wastewater improvements or whatever you do. So that would normally be within the concept of repairing the catch basin or the manhole, but it could be anything. If you give me a specific you want to look at,
One of the charges says practice areas. So
that could be. I don't know the
I'm kind of
answer.
thinking it may be the golf course. I just want them, if it's their charge, I want them
Not a deal.
responsible.
If you can give me the specific you want looked at, I can do it.
Yeah. Okay. And then, do we have a problem with the ice machines in the district as well as the ice machines on the golf course? I know we have a problem on the golf course. We apparently have a problem on ice machines in the district.
Yeah, I think the one in the utility barn has had some repairs to it, and I think they're even looking at getting a new one. I don't know if that's been put in yet, but
It just says repairs, there's about $1,200 worth of repairs from the district. I mean, I see it
Yeah.
from the golf course.
Yeah, I've seen the one in the utility barn, and it looked in pretty bad shape.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Are there any other board comments? Any public comments on this? Yes, ma'am. You have to come up and state your name and speak into the microphone, please.
I have other issues that I put a card in for, but the water assessment, and sewer assessment, I complained, I was gone 3 weeks in the week of August, and my water bill, you say were low, mine were extremely high, and I was gone, like I say, 3 months in the month of August. August, September, and November were higher than the previous 8 months. So the assessment was told me that they would come out and check my meter, and I've asked them to personally call me with the adjustment, and I've not heard. So I'm wondering if we're getting mixed messages, but the people are looking at their bills. It is not assessed lower. How can they guesstimate highest when I'm not even in Sun and Lake? I don't understand that.
If you can tell me specifically where you are, I'll make sure it gets
56
taken care of.
5602 Mantanzas. Karen Emery. Thank you.
Any other public comments on the treasurer's report? Okay, can we have a vote, please?
Coral.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley,
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips,
Yes.
President Brooks.
Yes. Okay, golf financials, September 2022. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Michael, do you want to make an overall statement on these, or?
Good morning, Supervisors. So obviously, this is our year-end financials for last fiscal year. As you'll be able to see, obviously, on the golf side, kind of, we still had some COVID influx in this fiscal year. If you go back to first quarter of last year into season, which actually was good for golf. A lot more people were playing. So we had a really good financial year on the golf side of things. Obviously, revenue-wise, in the restaurant was actually very well. It was actually a record revenue year, but we did have some struggles. We were a little bit high on labor, and we were a little bit high on our cost of goods. Obviously, the price of everything was changing throughout the year pretty heavily, so we did our best to navigate through that with price increases and such. But overall, on the bottom line, you can see we had a really good year financially with a positive EBITDA of $108,000 to a budget of $71,000. I don't know if anybody has any specific questions, but I'll be happy to answer.
Anybody from the board? I think that you had a good performance in golf, and you had a horrible performance in the restaurant.
Mhm.
And looking at the numbers, the challenge is going to be, how do we fix the restaurant? Which seems to be an ongoing conversation. In 2019, the restaurant lost $370,000 and change. 2020, $498,000 and change, which was certainly due to a lot of unusual circumstances. 2021, $328,000. And 2022, we improved by only $5,000. And we lost 323. The plan was to lose only 193. The plan for this year is what I don't have it in front of me.
I don't have it in front of me either.
But my point is, certainly the challenge is on the restaurant side of the business. And we've just got to figure out a way to get more volume. Your expenses are, I guess, in line for what you're trying to do, but certainly the revenue is the part that really needs to be looked at. So I don't know, I guess you're going to talk later about a promotional plan or?
Yeah, we have our marketing plan for you today, and obviously, um, the situation's obviously coming out of COVID. Obviously, the restaurant was affected enormously by COVID, and that situation is getting better every day. I would, you know, the revenue stream has been increasing year over year. I think as we manage our labor a little bit better and manage our expenses a little bit better, we will definitely see that improvement on the bottom line. Going into the last few months and going into the start of this fiscal year, we're seeing those starting to line up. We're being a little bit more efficient. And that trend's going to continue. It will continue to get better, yeah.
In my opinion, I'm only one of five, but if we continue at this rate, it's just not worth it. I mean, to keep losing $300,000 a year on the restaurant side of the business, we have to in my opinion, we'd have to re-examine what we're doing going forward. Just my opinion. So that would be the challenge, looking at the numbers. I do have one question I have to bring up on your November estimates. You're estimating that revenue is going to be about $50,000 less than last year. Can somebody get back to me and tell me what's going on?
You're talking about for this current November compared to last November?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get back. I can let
If you
you know.
could just let me know if it's in the golf portion, which I don't think it is, or if it's in the restaurant portion.
It's probably more in the golf portion. I'll
Yeah, I
let
just
you know.
take a look at it and get back to me and let me know, because it kind of stood out to me.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Anybody have any other comments from the board on the golf?
Well, just on the restaurants, I understand that goods have gone up. I do not understand the exorbitant price increases that you are trying to implement. What you're charging out there on the course, I think, is ludicrous. And so, you know, you're increasing you increase the revenue, but I imagine your loss of sales. And so I just think you're not looking at it the right way. And again, with the shack only being open until 3 o'clock, you might as well, it just doesn't make any sense. You didn't advertise it beforehand. We haven't put anything up to try to enhance it. And it's closed at 3 o'clock when you got people playing till 5 o'clock. You might as well just go back to the cart, in my opinion.
Any other comments? Any public comments? Okay, thank you, Mike. I guess we need to vote.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley?
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
President Brooks?
Yes. Okay, public comment. This is the part of the meeting where anybody's who wants to speak on anything that we're not going to address at the meeting on this agenda have the opportunity to speak. So is there anybody who would, you got a list?
I have 2 cards, yes.
Okay.
Julie Tiger?
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here representing the Heartland Games, and we are holding our pickleball Heartland Games, Senior Games, here in Sun and Lake this year. That was approved quite a while ago, and I've been trying to promote it, which is a good thing. But the reason I'm here today is to get permission to have vendors come in as well to help to support the Heartland Games. One of them will be a food vendor because truthfully, we couldn't afford the prices at the Island View, no offense. But a box lunch would have cost $15 when a full meal would have cost $13, so it made no sense to me. So with that being said, I have feelers out to some of the local businesses like the sub places to either donate, sponsor, and give, and or give us a price that is affordable for people who will be there. Pickleball is becoming the most popular game in this country. By having it here, we are highlighting Sun and Lake. People come from all over the state because they think we are a weaker program because we are a tiny county. We are not. We have what they call 5.0, 4.5, 4.0, and down. 5.0 being the top player. There could be a couple sixes as well, but they are few and far between. With that being said, by running some games here, we highlight Sun and Lake. We get revenue from this program. I know golfers don't think so, but if it's run right, okay, I don't mean to offend anybody. I mean, I like to play golf too, but I like this better.
I'm sorry, I
By-
thought, did
by-
we not approve this?
Say that
And
again?
then it was canceled?
Hi, Julie. Can I help answer that question really quick?
I can't hear. I'm old and I'm
I
deaf.
can't hear either, don't do that.
Yes, it was approved. So as Julie mentioned, it was approved earlier on in the year. It didn't get canceled, it just got moved back. So I think, I
Yes, it
believe
got
it's
moved
in.
back because of me. Long story, you don't want to hear it,
So
but
it's back-
I won't be around.
it's back on
I
the
Yes,
won't be
it
around
is.
to
Yes,
do
it is. It's back on. It sounds like the question is with regards to
vending.
the board allowing or being okay or bringing it to their attention that they would like to have vendors set up within that tournament, within the confines of the
Correct.
racket club.
Are we talking food trucks here?
I don't believe.
I cannot hear you.
Are we talking food trucks?
We're talking food, we're talking
Not trucks.
pickleball supplies, we're talking clubs that might want to attract people to come in. We will charge them through the Heartland Games, and that will all go towards the Heartland Game expenses. At this point, it's been pretty difficult because the link that the college sent us doesn't really work. So I have copied everything to, actually, I would like to leave some of this with you. There is the dates that we will be running, all of the tournaments.
What dates are we running this?
We're running this January 13th and 14th, but then there are other events that are at another place, because the only thing approved here at Sun and Lake was pickleball. So,
So Sun Lake is hosting the 13th and the 14th of January.
of January,
And-
yes.
And how many, Beverly's question, how many food vendors are you going to have? And
I'm
what kind of food
talking
is it?
one.
Only one? What kind of food do they?
I don't know. It's going to be a grab and go, no matter what it is, because there's going to be, historically, these games draw a lot of people. So we will have, I'm going to try to supply food for the players, but people that are there all day long, it's a long event. And on one day, we will be doing the men's and women's doubles, and the next day, we will be doing mixed doubles. So people can play 2 days, they play 1 day, but it's going to be a long day. And food is necessary. I at first said to myself, nah, they got the island view, I'll go over there, see what they can do, but we can't afford that. So,
Have you checked out that all this will fit in the facility that she's
The
planning
what?
on bringing in?
The amount that he's asking, so the amount of vendors that you're proposing, I'm not sure what the final number of that is.
I don't know either.
I mean, do we know where we're going to put them?
I do know that there have been suggestions, vendors who are selling pickleball equipment, all right? And I don't want to overload either, trust me, I don't
5
want to do
minutes.
that, and I won't.
understand that, but I want to know are they all going to fit within the facility?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
behind, have you been there?
In the
Come,
facility? Yeah.
all right, well, look behind the shuffleboard courts. There's a lot of room close to the lake that they can set up right there
Well,
inside.
if the district office is okay with you putting them in, I think the only thing we have to decide about is the food.
What are we deciding about food? I don't understand.
We have a restaurant.
I know that, and that was my first concern.
We
But when I
have,
went to the restaurant and spoke with the people there, I
We
was
have-
told they could give me a box lunch for $15. I could get a full meal for 10 or 11.
we have approved
lunch.
food trucks in the past for like the July the 4th and stuff like that. I see no issue with that, but I'm not sure we really want to bring in a full-blown restaurant. Perhaps she could give us more details as to what she's planning on doing. Ariel could probably approve it.
Grab and go.
Well,
That's what it's going
since
to
we're
be,
not meeting again
sandwiches.
until January,
Correct.
whatever, then it's going to have to be the ball's in your court
Okay,
to deal with it and approve it since we
okay, I'll
just
deal with
found
it.
out.
I cannot I cannot put this together after December 16th, FYI. I have to put it together ASAP because registration, the last,
I'll be back in the office this afternoon.
great, okay, my phone number and email and everything else you may need is on that comment card, okay? Now, I'd like to leave these with you, so maybe you can post them, because I've handed them out to a number of people and I haven't seen them anywhere.
You want us to post
This
them?
is the registration form for people who would like to play. This is a schedule of all
Ma'am,
of
if
the
you can,
Heartland
if you can
games.
bring all that stuff to my office this afternoon, we'll make sure it gets done for you.
I have no time this afternoon. I have 3 meetings and
Well, then you can do
a
it Monday
personal-
morning.
On Saturday?
Monday morning? Yeah, I'll meet you here Saturday morning. That's
I'm gonna
fine
give
if you
you
want to
them
do
all.
it. You're wasting every.
Thank you. Well, you guys got to work it out with the district office, exactly what's going to happen. And they have to give you the approval to go forward.
I know. And
Okay.
if I don't get it, I don't get it. But that
Right.
hurts the players and those of us who live here.
Karen Emery.
We had somebody talking. Jesus Christ.
Hello, I'm Karen Emery, and I live on Mantanzas, 5602. I have been enjoying the benefits of the pool, the aerobics, and the water yoga. It has been now over almost 5 weeks. Chantel's been doing a good job of communicating with us. Chantel. So we've had her communication, but the parts is on back order. So there's several of us that need it for health purposes and some just to get some good exercise in the sun. I know this is not as important to golf to so many, but to the pool, it is more important than golf. So I know the heater part, I'm asking the board to approve buying a new heater. This has been an issue that's ongoing, and to wait for a part for 5 weeks is ridiculous. And I don't see any end in the future. It's still on back ordered. So I know they're trying to work on it, but if there's no end in sight, we've got Canadians that are here for 6 months and they've paid for their membership. And guess what? 20% of that time is already gone for them. So it's sad that people are suffering and they paid and they're also unhappy as I am. So I'd like to know what's a backup plan, plan B, and how fast can it be instituted?
I thought we had a heat pump on order. No?
It's
You
been
do?
it's been ordered 5 weeks. So get another heater is my wish, because if you've got an issue that's this ongoing, there's one part is holding it up. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Name?
Hi, everyone. My name is Cheyenne Reeves. I'm the recreation manager. To speak to that, yes, the pool heater has been out for approximately 4.5 weeks. After that smaller hurricane at the beginning of November, it knocked it out. I've been in contact with both of our pool companies, and basically the part we needed was out of stock. The backup part, which we have ordered, which is on the way, it's just taken them a long time. Basically, I've been following up every day with Symbiont to make sure that the part's on the way, that I'm not missing any calls as far as delivery goes. But at this time, they don't have an ETA as far as delivery. Now, as far as the inconvenience for the members, I understand a lot of these ladies who come to the class, it is their routine and, they aren't getting their money's worth. Now, I could potentially get with the director as far as an extension or any kind of reimbursement. But as far as the parts go, we are at the mercy of the company and I can't push them to go faster than they already are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have a good answer for you right now. If the part's on order and we can't get it, we can't get it.
Get another part. When your car broke down for 5 weeks, what do you do?
I understand your frustration.
You and get another one.
I understand your frustration. I'm not sure how you can't get a different part. You have to get the part that you need.
So replace the heater. This isn't the first
Oh,
time.
replace the whole heater?
Replace the heaters, another plan, because that we've not had just one time of this heater breaking down. This has been an ongoing issue. We've lost a lot of pool time this year, and I'm a resident that's full time. So another
we
plan
can-
would be to get another heater.
We can look into pricing a new heater, but there's no guarantees that we will go forward with it. Until I'm not going to make a commitment on something I'm
Well,
not
I
sure about.
do think another plan B should be looked at, is my point.
Well, we'll price out a new
All right.
heater and see what it looks like.
That would be good, thank you.
Okay,
I'll put that on my list of things to do.
thank you.
Amy Struck.
Amy Strike, 6516 Matanzas Drive. I'm up here to find out what is going to go on entailing the sewage issue that we have entailed since September 16th.
There were, in essence, 12 residents impacted. Yours, one of the 9 villas. I've been out there myself 5 times this week. On Monday, pardon? I actually rang your doorbell yesterday to tell you what was going on, but I got no answer. I'm looking at it. I'm trying my best to come up with a plan. I intend to have that done next week, and I will be in touch with every one of you.
Well, what's your plan?
I'm not prepared to discuss that until I know exactly what's going on the other side of the
Until
street.
we know what you guys are going to do, we can't get our places clean. If this was one of yours, your places would have been done already. You cannot tell me that. I mean, I'm living with sewage coming through my vents because it's all up the walls. We're looking at possibly having to replace the adjoining wall now because the sewage has been sitting in there and growing.
It's not Thunder Lake's legal
Excuse me, our break was
obligation.
on your property. Yes, ours was.
We are having we're having a
I even
surveyor.
have that and proof that it was on your property. It was on the easement. You guys even fixed it.
We fixed it, but we have to have it surveyed to know for sure it's right on the edge. I don't know which way.
How much longer is it going to take? 3 months is a bunch of baloney.
I've been here 3 weeks. I told you I'd have it next week.
Ma'am, can I say something? Dan has been working very hard on it, and I know he's been out there at least 5 times.
Well,
okay?
and I'm going to.
Wait a minute, can I talk?
Yes.
Okay, he's been out there 5 times. He's been out there with Drew, which is our engineer. He's been out there with our contractor. They are trying to address it. The problem is when this stuff was installed, it was installed illegal. So he is trying to fix it. You know, in his defense,
What do you mean
in his
illegal?
defense, he's trying to get it fixed. I know they're meeting out there, I think Monday, Dan.
Mike, please use your.
Believe me, it doesn't matter who.
Mike, please use your microphone.
Oh, and it doesn't matter who it
Is it on?
You're wrong, because no matter, every resident's important to us here on this board. Everybody, right? And it's my house or your house, whatever. Dan has been addressing it. He's had contractors out there. He's had our engineer, which is, he's sitting behind you. We are trying, and right, I agree, 3 months is a long time, but it is being addressed, and I promise you one thing, it will be done within the next few weeks, okay? That's my promise to you, okay? But this board, right, everybody's important to, okay? So, I mean, and I understand your frustration. I understand that, so.
I'm going to say I'm a firm believer actions speak louder than your words.
And I agree.
Because right now, the year and a half that I've been here almost, I have not seen that the residents of this community matter. What I see that matters are those flipping golf courses and that restaurant. That is the only thing that I see that is important to this community, where you guys all need to realize this is not a golf course community. It's a golf and recreation. There's, like it's been said, there's 10,000 residents and less than 400 are golf members. Like Karen said, We love to have that pool. We are out of it. We were out of it 2 weeks last year because of it being down, needing to be taken care of. We didn't get anything additional for that. I think it's ridiculous that we always have to wait, but the golf courses and that restaurant never wait. Don't tell me that they do.
Well, ma'am, they do. They wait too.
Again, actions are
I understand,
more
ma'am.
than words.
I understand 100%.
The manager said that he will have a plan to you next week.
Right.
Well, it's on record, and as you guys obviously know, my demeanor, I don't back down. I mean, there's so much that's wrong with this community, the flooding, the drainage, the sewage, the lights, the security. That's what our assessments, in the first paragraph, those first 2 sentences state that.
5 minutes.
That's what all that goes for.
Ma'am, I understand your frustration, but it's not going to be before next week that he's going to have a solution for you.
I just want to know, why has it taken this long? The only reason why you guys all now are really, starting to blow smoke up everybody's rear to get it taken care of is because the house next to our unit was up for sale and the mortgage or the lender company got involved because they didn't want to give the mortgage to the potential buyers with a sewage issue. So don't tell me that this has been a concern for all of you for almost 3 months. It's been a concern for maybe a week and a half to 2. We are all having to live in it, and it's just ridiculous.
Yes, ma'am. Next. I guess this gentleman.
Yeah.
Mr. Price.
I'm the house
Speak into the mic, please.
flooded. I mean, completely flooded with sewer. Oh, I'm the house that completely flooded with sewer. I've been out of my house for 3 months. And I probably got 5 more months I'm gonna be out of my house. You said something I want to question you about. You just said it was done illegally. If it was done illegally, isn't that y'all's fault? Because, wait, hold on, wait before you shake your head. No, don't y'all have to inspect the houses before they're built, while they're being built? Don't y'all as Sun Lakes inspect the houses?
You have it inspected.
You have it.
So y'all don't have nothing to do with inspections?
No.
Okay, that's what I just want to clarify, because that's not what I was told. I was told Sun Lakes had to inspect the houses, and I'm gonna hold you to that if you're lying. Because I heard y'all have to come out to them houses too. So y'all don't have nothing to do with houses being built anymore?
No, sir.
Did y'all ever have anything to do with it?
Not 40 years ago. I mean, you're talking a long time ago, and the code has changed. But as I told you earlier,
Yeah,
I'm going to
know,
do
but
my
I'm
best to get
questioning
this
what
done for you.
said about it being, y'all don't have to inspect. My house was built a long time ago. So my house, I was told, had to be inspected by y'all. So y'all never inspected houses?
Not the sewer, and not, your plumber connects to the pipe. And apparently, I don't know yet, as I told you, I'm going to have somebody out there Monday to dig it up and the other one so we can tell. Right now, we're sitting here, we don't
Yeah,
know.
I understand that. I just want to clarify what he just said, that y'all had nothing to do with inspection. And that's not what I mean.
Not 40 years ago connection of the water sewer, no.
My house wasn't 40 years ago.
Well, 20 years ago.
Yeah. So do y'all have anything to do with it now?
Not really.
So
that we
y'all
could-
never had anything to do with it?
I don't.
I want to answer. Have y'all ever had anything to do with inspections for houses being built?
We inspect houses, but not the sewer connection.
Y'all, wait, no, hold on, what did you say?
We inspect the houses, but the county also does.
But no. So if you inspect the houses, then you inspect the houses.
We do not have a building department. The county does building inspections. We do not.
So, then what, then I'm lost. You just said you inspect the houses. Do you or don't you?
We do not. The county has an inspection department.
Yeah.
Our inspection process now, when it comes to sewer and water connections. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Mike's right here. Currently, our inspection process for utilities, our utility department handles current inspections. We go through the water. It's getting a little hot.
It's on, speak into it.
Our utility department checks the water, makes sure the connection is there. They're present usually during the connection. They set the meter, they replace the meter box if they need it, and if there's a check valve, they supply that too. Everything beyond the meter box, I'll get to the sewer in just a second. Everything beyond the meter box is done by the plumber. So the only thing the utility department checks, once that's done for the water, they turn the faucet on outside to make sure the water's running and shut it off and check the meter, make sure it's functioning. For the sewer, it's a similar deal. They'll usually be present during the connection to it, and everything's different between gravity and low pressure. Low pressure, they come back and do a second inspection, but for gravity sewer, the only thing they have to be present for is the tap. So the connection to our system. And generally, it's just a one-time inspection for gravity sewer. Now, I can't speak, none of us, I don't think anyone's here that 20 years ago or 15 years ago when these houses were getting built, or whatever, 25, I don't know what the exact dates were. I don't know what their inspection process was back then. That's our problem, that we do not have the information. So I don't know if the plumber came in and connected it. I don't know. I'm not going to get into details, but we've had issues in the past where people didn't come in and actually pay for any connection. They just came in and did it. Now, again, I can't speak to every location, but that's issues that the district has had in the past. That's information we just don't know. If no one came and got a permit and they connected, we have no way of telling if they did it right or not on top of that. So there's a lot of lack of information because we don't have people here anymore that were here during that time. So.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Again, I'm going to ask one more time because he just said he did inspections. Do y'all inspect when they put sewer in? He just said it. He just said they do. Now you keep on saying they don't. He just said they do.
The only thing that they inspect is the actual connection to our system. They don't do no connection, no inspection for the service line, no inspection of your home.
Okay. So, then how do you put a meter in to tell me how much waste I got?
That's based on your water consumption.
So there's nothing on the other side. But you do inspections.
On initial tap in.
But you just said sewer too.
Yes, initial tap of the sewer.
Okay, so I didn't ask when you did it. I said, did you do inspections? That's all I'm asking. Do you do inspections? Now, either you do or you don't. I didn't ask when, what time. I said, do you do inspections or do you don't?
We're going to bow to what this gentleman says. He's our engineer. If he tells you that, that's what it is.
Okay, he said you do.
Not in the total house, not what you're asking for. I know where you're going with this. He's not going to say what you want him to say.
No, I'm not going nowhere. My insurance is covering everything. I'm blessed.
Would you like him to say it again, what he does?
Do you do inspections, yes or no?
At the service connection.
Do you do inspections? That's a yes or no.
Yes, they inspect.
It's not a yes
yes,
or no. It's not yes or no.
Thank you for him saying yes, they do, because you want to keep on saying no, they don't. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Make sure that's in record. Yes, they do.
Speak into the mic, it's in the records. Any other, do we have anybody else?
Tanya Sedindo.
Good morning. Two of the gentlemen in this room. He's replacing Chris temporarily, I understand.
Can you say your name in the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Dixie Smith, and I live next to Tom at 6501 Matanzas. I guess I'm wondering because I got a call from Chris that was coming to the board to be approved today. And
Chris is no longer here.
And then on Monday, they would be coming out, that they were going to put the backup valve in 9 of the units, which were the 3 triplexes across from me, plus me. Now, I've not heard anything today that confirms this. So am I understanding that what is going on in our area is still under consideration?
The answer to that would be yes. Chris might have been a little bit premature, but we're trying to figure out exactly what needs to happen so that we can make sure, although we have no legal obligation, we feel that we would like to help all of you to the extent that we can. And if you'll give me just a little bit more time, Chris is gone. So it's now in my,
Okay, I know you're one of the gentlemen that came out to my house.
I was there, yes,
I'm well
ma'am.
aware of it. And
Talk to your son-in-law.
you know which board member stopped over at my house
Yes, ma'am.
because his relatives are close by. I'm very concerned because I cannot have my insurance company drop me.
We don't
That's
want,
my problem.
we don't want that to happen either, and we're doing our best to get it.
Now, I'm going to throw this out. You know, I cleaned my place myself, and it was good, but I had it sanitized. Now, I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but I brought the bill up, and that bill was paid for by you folks. So that tells me, did any of you know this? You didn't know this, did you? No.
Yes, I do.
I have a grandson who is a lawyer. You good folks, I'm sorry, you paid that bill. That made you assume the responsibility, and I really appreciate it. I really appreciated that because I worked so hard myself, 5 hours bailing that sewage and mopping and cleaning everything. And at 89 years old, that's not easy.
We will get back to you all on the
So I think
situation
you
at
need to put that
Matanzas
under
next week.
consideration.
We'll
I'm
get-
sorry.
I'm sorry, we're going to get back to you next week. All of you can get up and say what you like. He's still not going to give you an answer till next week.
Okay.
We don't have an answer right now. And yes, we're at fault for not having an answer, but we don't have one. I mean, I can't tell you any easier. That no matter what you guys say, we can't say anything back. We're not ready to say it yet. When we
Okay.
have an answer next week, we'll get in contact and tell you all what we're thinking.
All right. I want an answer. How many of you knew that Sun and Lake paid for my sanitation? I want to see how many of you knew that. That's what I thought. None of you knew that, did you?
I didn't know. I didn't know. Did you know, Mike? No. Did you know? No.
Okay, Tanya. Thank you.
One quick question, ma'am. Did you receive a check? Dixie?
Ma'am.
Dixie Smith?
Ma'am.
Did you receive a check?
They paid the company directly.
Name of the company, please?
I don't have the card with me.
Would you provide us that information, please?
That it was paid for because it was paid for while I was still with Chris, and then I called the company to make sure, and yes, it was paid for. And then when all of this started to come across, I called the company again, and yes, the bill was paid for.
Would you please provide us that name of the company, please? When you can.
I think if you look at Chris's stuff, because I left the card with him, or I can call you, I have that card at home.
I'd appreciate it if
If we
you'd call.
Mr. Stiegel at the district office, we would appreciate that.
Thank you.
Or I'll stop by your house.
Yes, ma'am. Your name,
Hi.
please.
My name is Tanya Cedeño. I live in 4128 Mendoza Avenue. I think a lot of people know that address. I have a question because, well, more like a statement. Your mission statement is to improve the quality of life in this community, to make sure that it stays affordable and friendly and safe, correct? It's in your website. But yet, we have an unjust and very selfish community, from the staff to bitter neighbors. Not all of them, just some of them. We need a clean house, whether it's in here or starting with you, sir. We need to get more compassionate and empathetic people who work for the community, not for the golf course or the restaurant or the county. Because if you're a self-governing community, then it's for the community. You don't need the county because you're a self-governing community. You get perks for being that. You know, we have so much injustice with the code enforcement. Not just me, not that I'm a rebel, not that anything. I have a list of multiple testaments and testimonies from homeowners about the harassment they have been receiving from code enforcement, not just me. Okay? So it's like they're abusing their power and nobody's putting them in check. I have got false citations about vehicles that haven't been registered or not prepared surface in my backyard, and there's proof that there was, yet I still got cited. Does anybody answer for it? No, you want me to answer for it. That's abuse of power, but nobody wants to address that. You charge for the recreational facilities and the golf in our assessments, but you can't do that because you charge a separate membership for each of those things to cover the maintenance and anything else. So you can't be charging owners who don't use it and they still have to pay another membership to use it. Makes no sense. So you also have the public facilities that you charge. The dog park is just a fenced-in lot. It doesn't have anything for our dogs to be entertained or anything. It's just a fenced-in lot. What do? Cut grass like everywhere else? Cool. And the children's park, which I'm assuming is one of the public things, you need a canopy in there because the kids use it. They're getting burned from the slides or the handles, but nobody's addressing that. So that if you're going to charge for that, you need to at least put something to protect the kids. And you also charge for mosquito control. After the sun goes down, nobody can go out. You will be attacked by a swarm of mosquitoes. So we need if you're using one company and you're really doing mosquito control, because that's what we're paying for, then change companies, because whatever they're doing is not helping. And the lighting and sidewalks. Past Cortez, once you pass this beautiful HOA stuff, you go all the way to the back where the commoners live. There's no sidewalks. There's no proper lighting. You have our children going into school 6 a.m. in the morning where it's dark. They're walking on the road to get to the bus stop. So really, that safety where? And you charge for security. I have nothing against the security employee themselves. But the thing is, you charge for security, but this isn't a gated community. Anybody can come in. There's been multiple break-ins, theft, vandalism, and shootings. What are we told to do? Call the police. Do they come out and see what's happening? No. But then again, we're not part of the golfing community per se, so you don't put that much importance. And then the water meters. I don't know who's reading them, but we need to hold them accountable because they're not reading them right. Somehow my water doubled. It's just me and my mom. It's just me and my mom. And it doubled, and then it's going to $80, $90, $100 for what? Who's reading the meter? Then when I go, they say, oh, you might have a leak. I checked. There's no leak. Okay, I actually had to pay for a plumber because whoever's reading the meters took advantage and said the wrong number. And I'm not the only homeowner who's had these complaints because there's a group of us. Okay, so we need to keep whoever's reading the meters in check. Don't add stuff that you don't know. If you don't know, you can't be charging for it. So also the quality of the water that you guys say you insure, I bet you more than 5 of the members that are here, at least of the homeowners, can complain that the water they're cooking with and showering with it smells like sewer. What are we doing about that?
That's 5 minutes.
Thank you. And that's what I mean. Like, it's unhealthy for us, whether we're elderly or we're a bit younger. That affects our health if the quality of the water is poor. You understand? But that's pretty much all I have to say for this for now. But thank you, and hopefully it gets addressed. Thank you.
I think. I mean, some of the things you said, I tend to agree with. Some of the things that you said, I don't agree with. Perhaps we should get together and have a one-on-one. I'd be happy to sit down with you and hear you out. So maybe if you would give me your name and a number where I can reach you, I'd be happy to sit down and discuss it with you. Yes, sir.
Good morning to you. My name is Les Watts. As you can tell from my accent, I'm extremely local. But I do reside on Manor Drive. There's something I'd like to talk to you about, if I may, and I want to touch on what the lady so quite eloquently put things. It's a huge safety concern for me, is the lighting. The lighting and the safety, exactly what the lady was saying. I travel backwards and forwards to Orlando. My work takes me away for weeks at a time, so I notice things a little bit more. The most dangerous part of my journey is coming back onto this development. When you come past the roundabout and you come into where I take my turning to the left, it's like traveling into a black hole. You have a super sign there that says Florida's Community Peace. What's the point? You can't bloody see it. You know, please, please, I would like to invite you just to have a little ride around in the evenings. Like I say, I like to walk. We like to cycle in the morning. I'm not being disrespectful. I call myself quite mature, but I'm sure there are some people more elderly, and I see the dangers. I pray to God that I'm not going to be standing here at the next meeting and say, I told you so, because there's going to be an accident. There are more plots being built, that road is getting busier and busier, and the speeds are getting higher. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. Yes, there are road speed signs, but what's the point if you can't see them? So please, I'd like to invite you just to have a look and consider. Also, I'd like to see what security think about it, because they're putting themselves at risk going down there as well.
Are you talking primarily Sun Lake Boulevard?
Yes, because I know from the last time I was here, that light, the sign has been out since the beginning of
Your
October.
recommendation is speed signs?
Well, no, just the lighting coming down there.
The
sir.
lighting on Sun Lake?
The lighting is absolutely appalling.
That, I'm not sure we have much control over that. If I told you, you're not going to believe me. It's controlled by the county, Sun Lake Boulevard. We can certainly go to the county.
Well, you know, I think something needs to be looked at, because it's just not a matter of if it's going to happen.
I
it's
think we
when it's
agree
going
we
to
have a
happen.
general lighting problem here in Sun Lakes. I don't think anybody would dispute that, especially with the new construction going on. That's
Right.
presenting a lot of problems with streets being developed that don't have any
Okay.
streetlights at this point.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity, and I hope this has been noted. And
Okay,
I'll leave it to
thank you,
guys.
sir.
Thank you.
Talking about the sign, Sun Lake sign, or Sun
Anybody
Lake
else?
Boulevard?
I don't have any other
Would
comments.
anybody else like to make a comment at this point in time? Okay. Next on the action agenda is the 2022-23 budget amendment.
Is Scott here, Commissioner?
Oh, Scott, I'm sorry. Oh, Scott. I apologize. Scott Cork from the County Commission.
I'm just hiding back there.
I didn't see you. I apologize.
Good morning, staff, supervisors, and residents. Scott Kerouac, Highlands County Commissioner, District 3. Couple of things to update you on. And first, let me start out because I know there's been a lot of conversation about septic and sewer. The Florida Department of Health regulates all septic and sewer in the state of Florida, as well as in Highlands County. They're in charge of the permitting, the inspection process when it comes to septic and sewer, okay? They're housed within the county, but they're a state department. So I suggest any of you folks that have inspection concerns, regulatory concerns, or what have you when it comes to septic and sewer, you would want to direct your attention to the Florida Department of Health, Highlands County, okay? We provide some funding for programs through the Florida Department of Health, but when it comes to septic and sewer, they are the regulatory authority, not the county, okay? They operate out of our building department. We provide office space for them, but you deal directly with them when it comes to septic and sewer. Like Supervisor Brooks said, the county maintained road out here is Sun and Lakes Boulevard. Okay, everything else is maintained by your improvement district. I think I reported back here a month or two ago, the county had received a grant. There's a sidewalk project that is going to be completed by next July. And I believe, if memory serves me right, it's going to connect down by about your district office, back up towards the highway, and bring those two sections of sidewalk together. And that will be completed by July. You know, other lighting concerns and things that you have, you certainly could reach out to me, or you could reach out to our engineering department, and they could give you any updates as far as lighting is concerned. Since I was here last time, we did appoint a new county administrator, and that was our deputy administrator was appointed to our county administrator position because our county administrator left July 1st. Lori Herner is the new county administrator, and we're currently in search for a deputy administrator. And that selection, I hope that process is wrapped up by the end of January at the latest here. We're wrapping up hurricane debris cleanup. They're still in the county, getting a few little spots here and there taken care of. I think some of you that notice the travel on Granada, you will see that the home that was partially constructed there, now some activity is happening back there, and there's certain things, I guess, that finally motivate people through the code enforcement process that about a month and a half ago, through that process, the county commission gave our legal department the authority to start foreclosure proceedings on that house. And I guess that's what it has finally taken to get the owners of that house to start construction and to complete that project. So that is in the works. I think if you've driven by there, you've seen some activity and some construction going on. So we're hoping that that home is completed sooner than later to eliminate that eyesore in your community. Also, I've left some on the front table there. We have some refrigerator magnets that is for our 2023 bulk and yard waste calendar. I will tell you, because we alternate weeks. Every other week you get bulk pickup, every other week you get yard waste pickup. So if any of you need them, certainly I invite you to put those at the district office. If you run out, please contact the county staff, the solid waste department, or county administration, and we'll get you some more of those up here. And don't have a whole lot other to report this time unless you have any questions for me.
Any board questions?
Not right now.
No, thank you.
Any public comments for this gentleman? If you got a question for you, got to come up, put your name in, ask your question.
Again, Amy Strike, 6516 Matanzas Drive. You have been
Speak.
at every board meeting that I have attended,
Try to attend most of them.
and this is the first that you are stating, granted, you got to talk into the mic, but you were referencing all of us behind here and tailing the sewage. Why is this the first week that this is brought up that we could call the Florida Health Department? I'm new to this living. The style of living here and being here is completely different from where I'm accustomed to. So I don't know the ins and outs of everything like this. But again, why is that just now being said?
Certainly attending the meetings, I've been aware of some of the problems that you folks have had with the sewer. And I know that been working on some of those issues and what have you. Whether you called down, anybody has called down to our building department that has inquired on permitting or connections to the sewer has not been brought to my attention, okay? I know that there's been, I guess, one or two backups or what have you, not speaking of residents that have been affected, but there's been a couple incidents, my understanding, on some sewer backup, okay? I apologize if I didn't state that earlier, but that is who regulates that, not the county. It's the Florida Department of Health. I have not had any communication from the district manager or anything of that reaching out to me with concerns. This is the first time that I've been here attending any of these meetings that I've heard about the inspection process of sewer connections. I've just heard that there were sewer problems. Where those problems have come from, whether they're in relation to connections or improper connections, this is the first that I've heard of this morning, okay? And I heard some statements made up here that the county regulates and inspects that, and I just wanted to make it clear for the record that the county does not. It's the Florida Department of Health. In the entire state of Florida, they regulate septic and sewer in the entire state of Florida. So I apologize, but this is the first that I've heard of anybody questioning the system design or the connections to the system. All I've been made aware of is that there is problems within the system. That could have been a pump that has gone down, because there's gravity mains, there's force mains that push sewer to the next section or what have you. And I would assume that those things are being addressed or taken care of. This is the first time that I've ever heard any question when it comes to regulation of sewer or connection of sewer, and I just wanted to make that clear.
a couple hours back here too now. Recently, I found out that this was government ran, literally just within the last like 6 months. How can it be government, county, and state? How can it be 3 different departments? And why are we not told what area that we're in, who runs it? I mean, this is just like, I mean, mind-boggling right now on the county, the government, state. Who in Sam Heyday is gonna take responsibility for any of this crud?
I don't have an answer for you.
And can I ask a question for you from this meeting on?
Yes, ma'am.
Uncross your arms. That is the biggest, oh, I'm this type of person.
I'm sorry, it's just the most comfortable, but I certainly have no intentions of indicating.
Well,
anything.
because when I'm sitting back and I see this, and then like the last meeting, I see you doing this and laughing. Woo! I mean, I'm glad 2 other residents came up and called both of you guys out for the way that you reacted when we're up here trying to figure out.
Let's get some office.
Thank you.
Who do you think you are?
I mean, is
You work for us.
this only recorded or is this also videoed? Is there videos here?
See, he did it again. He can't help himself. You think you're better than us.
Because you guys stand there and crucify.
All right, listen.
Mike.
Whoa.
Supervisor Hurley,
Can we?
Supervisor Hurley,
This is not.
you don't need to respond.
I appreciate your comments on my arms. I will certainly not do that
Can't do
again.
that.
I appreciate it. And Mike, I understand your frustration with us getting, I'm going to use this word, pissed.
Oh, no, I don't. I agree with a lot of what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm just like right now, I know you understand us because you have always, and I have been told this multiple times on our side. And I appreciate that. And I would, if I would have known I actually was registered to vote when I moved down here, you would have had mine. But I'm tired of the smoke and one person saying this, one person saying that. I mean, don't you guys all communicate with one another and work under one company? I don't understand it.
See, the problem is we can't talk outside these meetings.
We have to deal with sunshine.
Then how are decisions made so freaking quickly? How?
They're not made quickly.
They are, because after our sewage issue on September 16th, and I came to that first meeting, you personally said there was no funding for the sewage at the moment, but then the next morning at 7:30, I'm getting another cup of coffee and I hear them on Deer Run behind me, working on the irrigation system for $2.1 million, and then a week later, the other one for almost $400,000, but yet you have no money for all the other stuff? That's where
the Deer Run decision was made over a year ago. That's when it started, perhaps, but the decision to fund it was made, I don't know, a year and a half ago.
And then I know a couple other people would like to know, how do you contact, or who do you contact to get the public records of how our money is spent, where it goes? I mean, down to the penny.
I believe there is a chart that we're going to go over today that shows you where your money's going.
Why do we not have a picture? Because back here, you can't see this. You cannot see from back there. Why are there not papers? I mean, there has been no financial statements since my first board meeting at the end of September.
They are all online.
They're all online.
I was told they are not. Are they all online?
Yes.
Okay, this was a little while ago that I was told it wasn't. Okay. But why is it not here for us?
You mean, why isn't the agenda there? That's wrong.
Okay.
We've had them there before. We didn't do it this time.
Well, I've only had one out of all the meetings that I've been to, so.
There should be copies of the agenda there for you people to pick up.
Okay, well, hopefully I don't have to come back. Thank you.
Thomas Price, 6513 Matanzas. I wasn't just trying to pick on you, but it's just the way y'all act sometimes. Like you don't give a shit about anything we're saying. Because as soon as we get done talking, let's do the golf course. Let's take care of the golf course. No, listen, I've never seen a place. Hold on, let me finish. I'm talking.
Yes, sir.
I've never seen a place lose money every year, 5 years, the restaurant. Shut the damn thing down. If you ain't making money, I've never seen a place, well, let's just keep on giving it $300,000. For what? For the 400 people in the golf community that use it? Who cares about that damn restaurant? Use that $300,000 on something else. And if the golf course ain't making money, at least shut half the golf course down. You don't need both courses. Shut one and see people getting upset because they go, oh, don't you know this is a golf community? And I like the golf community. I like it being there. I do. It helps my property value. I understand that. But if it ain't making money, either fire everybody that's running it and get somebody to run it. Because I've never seen a place that loses money every year and you just keep on throwing money at it. That's crazy. I mean, the restaurant shouldn't even be there no more. Shut it down or let a private company come in and take it over. Let them worry about keeping it up. Let them worry about marketing. Let them worry about making money and food. Let them do it. Some of you probably come here and take it over. And if you just give it to them, you run it, do what you want to, and we pay the bills. They pay the bills. That would save us over $300,000 a year. Why do you keep on throwing money at it? And yet the sewer's messed up. And I tell you, you say all this about the sewer. How come as soon as this all happened, all the manholes are getting fixed? Because they're getting so much rainwater in. Because for every 1 gallon of sewer, there's 8 gallons of rainwater getting in because all the manholes are messed up. And yet they're getting fixed now. Why? The way y'all run things, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it doesn't make economical sense. I mean, you did say something about heck, we got to start thinking about it. It's 5 years. Don't you think you got enough results now? Shut it down. Shut it down. It ain't making money. You're throwing over $300,000 a year. You've got your record. You don't need another year of it doing it. Because now they're already saying they're going to lose money again next year. Shut it down. What's the use of keeping it there? What is that too part of, oh, we got to have that. No, we don't have to. We don't.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else for Mr. Scott here? Anybody have anything, we can let him go? Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the time, and certainly, if anybody, you certainly can reach out to me. You can, highlandsfl.gov is the county's website. It lists all of your commissioners there. My contact information is there also. So if there's any Highlands FL, Scott Kerouac, yes, it's not an easy last name, Kirouac. And want to wish everybody a very safe and happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
We'll see you in January meeting. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, 2022-23 budget amendments.
Yep, so last time we were here, we talked about doing a motion to increase the drainage or repair and maintenance on the drainage for $350,000. Current budget is $275,000.
Do we have anything to look at?
Yes, I've got an amendment, and once the motion passes, we can put this into the budget. I can bring copies over to you if you'd like. That would leave an amended budget of $625,000 for the drainage.
I don't know how we can vote on it if we can't see it. Oh, so the only thing that we're moving is the drainage money
Correct.
out of our
Out of the
savings
fund balance,
into
correct.
and usage? Nothing else has to be moved from last year?
Not at this time. We're going through the
Well,
audit
this
process.
is the time that we only do it once a year.
Yep, we're going through the audit process. If the auditor recommends movement of anything, we'll do it at that time. It'll be in January, mid to late January is when they're supposed to come down.
Okay, so the concept, well, this was my idea, I guess, to move $350,000 out of savings and put it into drainage. The idea that I thought or that I had was that this money would be used for the first 5 or 6 items on Drew's list that gets up to 350,000, and that we would take the existing 350,000 and use it for emergency purposes, which apparently are coming almost daily. So that was the intent of moving this money. Is anybody, at least my thought process?
I thought there was two things that, and maybe Drew can tell me, but I thought we approved to do
Yeah.
two things. And do you have another list, a longer list?
It was in that original packet from that board meeting.
Yeah.
We picked the top 2 because some of it was an unknown number. We're still working on it. We're tweaking the exact scope, but that is still a priority. But we'll, as directed by the board, we'll use the rest of the monies to follow the list.
Yeah, but isn't a lot of it going to take up over here already?
Right. Well, that's
He gave us a list of $1 million, and the first 5 or 6 ate up about 350 of it.
Okay.
Right, and I think we were going to use the additional monies or the first amount of monies to pay for these emergencies, and then that additional is going to go to our main list.
Gotcha.
So is everybody from the board okay with this?
Motion to approve?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Motion to approve?
Second.
Are there any public comments on this? Can we vote, please?
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley?
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips?
Yes.
President Brooks?
Yes. Recruiter recommendations, that would be Ariel.
Good morning, Supervisors. Ariel Fells, Director of Human Resources. I have been in contact with 4 reputable firms with regards to recruiting a general manager for the Sun and Lake Improvement District. I have received 3 of the 4 proposals at this point. All 4 firms have a start date, if you will, of beginning of January, so right after the beginning of the year. Typically, the firm that is standing out at this point the most to me, obviously without seeing that last one, they said the process would take approximately 4.5 months at the very latest, is what I was told. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, like at the worst case scenario, it would be about that amount of time. They said typically what they see is about 90 days. They said is kind of their norm. The reason they build that cushion in there is in the instance that when they're doing the recruiting and when they're accepting resumes or kind of screening those applicants, if they come through and they're not really happy with them, or if we weren't happy with the applicants at that point, they kind of build in a little bit of cushion time, if you will, to be able to put it back out into the market. After speaking with David, this particular instance does not require an RFP because it is for professional services. At this point, I guess I'm just looking to know, is the board interested in us making that recommendation now? Would you like me to wait until I get that 4th proposal? My personal opinion, or my professional opinion rather, the firm that I'm waiting on to see that last proposal is one that I think is one of 2 that are the most qualified in my opinion, just with their previous experience and their previous clients. The work that they've done in the public sector, governments, counties, municipalities, things of that nature. I would really love to see that one if I can get it, in the next few days, the next few business days. But just kind of wanted to put that there with you guys. If you guys want to move forward without that 4th proposal, then we can certainly do that.
Since you're the professional here, I think that we should wait for the second one,
That 4th one, the 4th.
so we don't have to do this again and again
Sure.
and again.
I agree. I think we should wait since, you've done your work already, Ariel, and you feel strongly about the 4th. I think we should wait until our next meeting in January to vote on it.
Michael?
I don't care. It just seems to me like it's, I'd like to have more to do with when they do come in, who gets them, who looks at them. Those are more questions, but but if you, in my mind, if you direct and want this company,
So this is simply to elect to initiate, if you will, our agreement or our relationship with this firm. After that, just to give you an idea, again, there's one particular firm that really kind of stands out to me based on their processes, the way that they do their recruiting, their step by step from start to finish. He walked me through and I was very impressed. One of the first things, just I hope that this kind of helps with that, is the firm or the gentleman comes here and actually sits individually and speaks with the board to talk to you and get your opinion and staff's opinion, which I thought was really nice, of what makes a successful general manager here. What are you looking for? What is, obviously, yes, a resume is a piece of paper, but someone who is the general manager of this district, they have to be able to, is more than just what's on a piece of paper. So they start from there. Then at the very end of it, when we've got the best candidates and we've narrowed it down to, we'll say 2, 3, I suppose, they even recommend having like a small reception, if you will. So something in the evening where the residents are invited to, whether it's the restaurant or, here in the community center, and that person is to engage and speak with the residents so that the board collectively and staff, we can see how this person interacts with the community. Just really a really good, in my opinion, just a 360 approach to filling this position. Like I said, that third one, I have high expectations for that one as well, based on the candidates that they've gotten for other public sector organizations. So I really would like to just be able to lay eyes on that fourth one, just so that I know that I feel comfortable that when we make a recommendation, we're making the best recommendation of what we really feel is the best firm to do this job for us. But if the board also doesn't want to wait for that, I understand that as well. But just so you know, all firms are doing that start at the very end of December or beginning of January. So it's all pretty relative there.
Dan, is in the long run, will Ariel be the one that recommends one to us? Or are we looking at the same stuff? Well, how does that work?
However you want to do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. I think, well, let's talk. We'll
She
get to that
can
in a
pick the
second.
best two,
Let's
and you
decide-
guys can
let's
pick
decide on
between them.
Let's decide on the recruiters first. You want to say something?
Yeah. I'd like to know if there's, if they were to look for 2 particular jobs, would we get a discounted rate if they were to be looking at the second one? Let me know. I'll let you know where I'm coming from. I think the general manager's job is so large that we need an operations manager.
I agree 100%.
And I think if we're going to be going out searching, if we could utilize these companies to also look for us as an operation manager, can we get a discounted rate on the second body, if you will? And I think the general manager's job is too big to have the operations side included. So we need an operations manager.
Let's stay first on the company.
Right.
Yeah, I would be happy to ask.
If I'm reading this right, you have a favorite in mind of the 3.
I do. Mm-hmm.
Why don't we say, why don't we put up for a decision, we'll go with your choice right now. If and when you see the 4th one, you think it's a better one, then you come back to the board next meeting. Otherwise, we decide today on the company of your choosing. That way we might not have to wait again till next year to decide anything.
Well, I think the probably the biggest question is, because you guys are authorizing money. Now, if I understand correctly, the Ariel's current number 1 choice is 34.5?
34.5.
So the question becomes is if the 4th number comes in, what number, and she wants to go with that one, what number would be too high? Do you want to just authorize her to hire someone and pick a dollar amount that says as long not to exceed X amount of dollars?
I would be fine with that, leaving it up to them to pick out a number. They would certainly be she's more qualified than I think any of us are.
Are we talking 2 or 3 days? What are we talking? A week?
For the next proposal? Is that for that last proposal? I'm actually really surprised. I haven't seen it yet. I would expect Monday or Tuesday at the very latest of next week.
I just don't want to wait till January to sit down and have this conversation again.
Of course. And yes, if the board gives, me, obviously these are conversations that I'm having with Dan. I'm not
camped out making them all by myself in my office. But if that is something that the board allows, or, Dan and I to move forward with, then we can do that next week, once we have that last proposal and we take a look and we say, look, we still want to go with this other firm that we've kind of
So
elected this one.
we don't have to vote on this, do we?
Yeah, no, what I would recommend is that you guys pick a dollar amount and say, we're going to authorize Ariel to make a choice and to hire the person, hire the firm that she feels is most, that in her profession is going, her opinion is going to
You
give
want
you.
us to pick a dollar amount?
Correct.
We couldn't have picked it in the first place. You're saying $34,000.
Yeah, but if this number 4 comes in and it's 50, do you guys want to authorize $50,000 versus 34,500?
I would say I would give her 34,000. If we decide we need 2 people, I guess it's times 2.
Right. So the firm that we're referencing is actually 34.5. So if we can be super technical, I would say 35. The only thing I want to mention, so with this particular firm that we're discussing, that number, they're very firm on. It includes all things. The only thing, and I have found throughout, so this is not uncommon with the others, that the firm does not cover that $34,500 would not cover, would be the expenses of flying the candidate or getting the candidate here for that interview or reception. They for very obvious reasons, in my opinion, recommend that you do a spouse as well. It's a package deal, and if one doesn't like.
So in your opinion, how much money do you need if you go with this company?
34.5 if 1, we don't know if 2.
Right, we don't know the other, plus the expenses, and that number, I can't speak to that. I don't know what flights will cost in 4 months. I don't know if we're going to have 4 candidates or 5 candidates or 1 candidate.
Guess high so we can decide on something. I mean, we're saying not to exceed is what we're trying to get to.
So I mean.
50,075?
I would say absolutely all in, all done. There, if it hit 75, it would blow my socks off, because at this point it would be 34.5 for the firm and all of their services. So it's 35 plus expenses. So if we went way high, right, for multiples, correct.
If you want to do 2, it's going to be more than that, I'm sure. I don't know how much more.
What was the number? I'm sorry.
So if
34.5 for 1. What's the number with the trial? Give me a number for one guy.
For one guy. So we're talking about for the general?
Well, we can play, if it's 2 guys, you just take
No,
it times 2.
what I'm asking for clarification is we had talked about 2 positions. So we're talking about the cost of the general manager at 35 plus the cost of expenses. So I would say
50 probably.
not to exceed 50.
Probably for that 1, but then you got another.
Right, that's
If you want to
taking,
do the second.
if you want to take the second position, that's completely out of this altogether at this moment, because that's not what we've discussed with them. I would say not to exceed the 50,000, because that should well cover the 35 that is a fixed cost for the particular firm we're talking about at this time, plus the travel expenses of.
I will make a motion that we do 50,000.
I second.
But we're talking about possibly, we have to have a conversation on how many people we're talking about. You want to do 50,000 for
Well,
the
hold
general
on a
manager?
second. Yeah, just because with what's on the action agenda is for GM. So the operations thing is just now brought up. I'm not saying what I'm saying is what we can improve today per the action agenda item is this amount. And then because I don't think, what we're trying to decide now is what firm we're going to hire to fill these positions. So whatever firm we hire is going to fill at least 1, possibly 2 positions. So let's pick the firm, or let Ariel pick the firm, and then we can have a conversation with them. We've hired you for 1, but now we're thinking about 2.
And then I can get a cost for what that second would look like and bring that back in January. But the process for a general manager will have already started at that point. So we would be seeking a general manager.
I mean, if that's what everybody agrees to, that's fine. We're just pushing the can down the road again. We've been
Right.
talking about this for a month.
Well, we haven't been talking about getting the general manager, these people to recruit the general manager until today. So
Yeah, we have a motion and a second to authorize not to exceed $50,000. That's what we need to vote on.
But let me ask you this, if we decide to go for a second position, then what do? We scrap the first one?
No. It'll be a change order. It'll be a change order, because what we're choosing is the firm that's going to do the searching. So.
I guess we vote. Any
Yep.
comments?
If there's any public
Any
comment.
public comments?
What is enticing about this fourth candidate, or fourth firm?
The fourth firm, so when I spoke to them, just kind of overall, my first impression of the firm, the representatives that we would be working with, specifically their previous work as it relates to the public sector, special improvement districts in particular, municipalities, public sector government, the work that they've done there and the positions they have filled there. As we all are very much aware, special improvement districts comes with their own very special set of requirements, I think, for a candidate who would be successful in the position of general manager. So when I was doing this search, I tried to hone in on firms that were in Florida that would be familiar with our area, and firms that have done work in the public sector, preferably with special improvement districts, counties, municipalities, governments, et cetera. So that this would be, in my opinion, the first runner-up as far as quality or the positions that they have filled meeting that criteria.
Okay, so if we pass this, we're gonna give you 50,000, but you're not gonna make your final decision to next Monday or Tuesday
When I see that last proposal, correct. If that last proposal comes in and really just blows the other one out of the water, I just want to make sure I have an opportunity to see that one to make sure that I'm making the best choice possible. That's all.
Okay, can we vote on, I guess we're ready?
I have a question. The company that you like,
Use your mic.
the company that you like, is it a Florida company?
Yes, all four of them were from Florida. That was part of my search requirements.
Good job.
Okay. Any, excuse me, additional public comments? All right, so let's just repeat the resolution one more time and then we'll vote.
It's not too, so we're authorizing Ariel to choose a headhunter company, for lack of a better term, not to exceed $50,000.
For a general manager's position.
Correct.
That's what we're voting on.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley?
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
President Brooks?
Yes. Got trouble with my hands. All right, now to Craig's point, I happen to agree with him 100%, so I'll let him bring it up again about responsibilities running the district.
Well, I think with with the projects that we have in mind, that we are diligently working on trying to get all the I's dotted and the T's marked. We have a $6 million stormwater that we're working through, and we have a potentially $12 million wastewater treatment plant that we are working on. To oversee those two projects and to do the day-to-day operations that we have here that obviously need to be managed. You got the utility side, you've got the basic general maintenance side. It's too much for one person. And so we need to, in my opinion, we need to get this operations manager on board just as badly as we do a general manager. Because to me, absent getting an operation, the general manager that we get here would be overwhelmed with what is on the plate right now. So I think it's just critical that we get both in place. And, I don't see how we can get around it.
I would agree. It's a lot.
It's too much for one person. I'm not sure that, the district has got one thing that's got to be overlooked at the top level, and that's the general manager's job. He needs an operations manager to do the day-to-day. And
Okay, so here's my question: is would the operations manager would be the same skill set? I mean, when we're looking, if we go through the general manager process, can we have the This is our number one.
You're jumping the gun. Let's make sure the board wants to go in this direction. before we
Okay, well,
decide
yeah,
on the
that's
skill
because
set.
we're going to have to create a job description.
I know. But I want to hear what everybody else thinks of that idea. Anybody have any comments on what Craig's
I agree
proposing?
that we do need an operational manager. I don't think there's a question about that. I don't think that his skill sets are exactly the same as our general manager, because our general manager has to oversee everything and he will just have one section. And Jim will still oversee him, but not for every little detail.
You guys have anything you want to add?
I disagree. I think the district manager should hire his own facility guy. He's gonna know what's coming in. He can interview him, he can ask him questions. After he runs a district, he should know what he's doing, okay? We also hired our accountant, who is supposed to be their assistant. And so now what do we do there?
Okay,
We keep spending money everywhere. I mean, I don't.
But Mike, it's just, I'm not saying who should hire him, but I think we need to look for the right man. And if the search comes up, then that general manager can maybe, but to think that we can do without an operations manager is just not going to happen.
Craig, I agree with you. Listen, I know what the job is, okay? And it's a tough job. It's one of the worst jobs I've ever seen in my life, okay? To be honest with you, really. You know, because you're yanked by everybody, okay?
So what are you suggesting?
So I think we should hire the district manager and then move on from that. You know, let's do it right. Let's don't mess this one up this time, okay?
Okay.
Please, let's don't mess it up.
Well, you get a part in the messing it up if we do it. I got to tell you, I worked with Chris probably the closest for the last year because of my responsibilities. One guy can't do it. And the person before Chris couldn't do it either. So we've proven that it's more than one person's responsibility or abilities to do the job. To have an operations guy who knows that side of the business it's a very unique position. I mean, there's a lot of things involved that none of us knew, that Chris knew very well, but were not known by somebody beforehand. I think you have to have an operations manager. I think you have to have a financial guy. And I think you have to have somebody running the whole place, keeping everybody in line and divvying up the responsibilities. Now, I can tell you from a financial standpoint, I don't think if we were to get these positions filled with the right people, I don't believe you need to spend $135,000 a year with Infomark.
I agree.
So all we're doing really is going back to the good old days.
Right.
Where we had somebody like Mike Hurley running the operations end. You had somebody like Tanya running the whole division, and you had Omar, who's an accountant. Those three positions is what I think Craig is saying we should go back to and eliminate Infomark and run the whole place the way we should from inside, not from outside.
I agree.
Hands-on, so we know what's going on
Right.
a day-to-day basis.
And
So
we
I think that's what we're talking about.
Right.
Hopefully.
And the other thing is in the last 8 or 9 months,
Yes.
Drew, we have, I mean, this company's been with us for years. They know ins and out. And really, I think he was kind of left out on a lot of things. I mean, and I think that was a mistake.
That's not part of this conversation, Mike.
So, Mike, if you don't like it, you
Oh
can
my
say it.
God, oh my God.
Go ahead.
So,
Enough to mumble.
do you want to say something on this?
I do. I'm just trying to help translate for Mike. I think Mike wants the same thing y'all do. He just wants you to wait until you get a general manager so they can have input on the hire for the public works or utility director.
I don't think we can afford to wait.
I personally would like to have our general manager hire this operational manager.
But we
You know,
need to have
but-
the candidates ready for him to pick.
But I'd like to start
That's all
the
I'm
search,
saying.
I'd like to get the search started, because if you get him here and he's got to overlook everything that we've got going, and then try to spend 3 to 4 months looking for an operations manager, we're in the same boat that we were before. So I'm saying, move them both at the same time. Now, who hires them? For the operations side, if Mr. Stiegel did that, He knows what's going on here probably better than any general manager that's going to walk in and 3 months later, you're going to think he knows his job. I don't think so. So I got no problem with him hiring the guy if he feels, or at least recommending to the general manager that that's a good choice.
Let's at least have somebody.
All right, so
candidates for him to pick from.
I think the first thing we got to decide is, do we want two or one? Do we want an operations and a
Well,
general?
you're approving one at this point in time. We can go back and discuss that with the recruiter and say, we want one to follow
Tired of
you.
putting stuff off. You just can't keep putting stuff off. If it's right to have two people, then let's say it's right to have two people and go forward. If it's not right, then we'll decide it's not right. But we should decide something.
We're trying to.
Well, I'd say based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like everybody's in agreement that we need an operations manager. I mean, I think that we're in agreement on that. So,
We agree with that.
Mhm.
It's just
Timing.
That's not what he said.
No, he's
He
just
said he
saying
wanted
not do it
general-
right
He said he
now.
wanted a general manager who's an operations guy.
I'm saying let the district manager be in on who he wants to hire. That's all I'm saying. Yes, we need it, absolutely.
So I think that's what we do.
It's an issue of timing.
Is we have Ariel instruct the headhunter firm that says, we are looking for a general manager, and we want that general manager to hire an operations manager. So we need you to also find candidates for that general manager. Make it part of the same process. So that, but the big question is, is it the board that's going to hire the operations manager or the general manager? That's the question.
The operation should be done, I think, I agree, by the general manager, but I don't want to wait till we get a general manager.
Understood, yeah, understood. So then what we do is we task the headhunting firm with providing candidates for the general manager position and also providing candidates or potential candidates for an operations manager for that, and with the understanding that whatever general manager is hired, they are going to have to choose an operations manager from that.
I don't agree with that.
No, we have a general manager currently. And if that search comes up with an operations manager that fits the bill, then we've got a general manager that can hire him. It doesn't have to be a new one, a new manager.
I can stick the new guy with somebody, yeah.
I know.
That works.
What goes around comes around.
I mean, if you want to try this and say the recruiter can do the general manager and Dan can try and do the ops by himself, is that what, I don't think that's fair to him.
Well, I'm doing that now, and I will be doing that until you find somebody. So.
I don't think, what happens if it's a good ops guy? You're going to say you got to wait until we hire a general manager?
No. Listen,
Okay, repeat what we were going to vote on, since obviously.
There's been no motion. That's what we're trying to figure out. Yeah.
Well, they
There
all
was a
know
motion to
what do you
spend
want to
up
vote
to
on?
$250,000.
Let's
We
vote.
voted on that already.
No, they didn't vote.
Let's vote to give Ariel the money right now, right?
No, hold on.
Go ahead, Eric.
I can reach out to this firm. If you can give me until Monday or Tuesday to make a final selection of what firm we are going with, in my conversation with them, I will say, this is also what we need. Can you tell me if these can run concurrently and get a price? I have no idea what the price of that particular one would be. So I will absolutely ask if you can give me till Monday or Tuesday that we can absolutely put in concrete what firm we're going to be going with. And ask them, because I don't think that, I agree, we have a general manager here now. Typically, that would be a position that would be hired between human resources and the general manager. I think that decision can be made. I think that it's not completely unreasonable to have, this is obviously another director's position. Unless the new one was going to come in and get rid of all the other directors, I think that if we have a good solid candidate that was recruited, and we have a good solid candidate, I don't think the new general manager is going to come in angry that we have a good solid person in that position. I think that it will do nothing but help them be successful in that position going forward. So if you can give me till Monday or Tuesday, I'll have the conversation and I will absolutely send you all an email that says, this is what happened as a part of that conversation.
So we're kicking it till January.
There's not going to be much more movement between now and January at this point anyways. You're not losing time.
Yes, we do. We can't.
If there's a consensus that I can ask them and you are saying, yes, the consensus is we would like you to discuss with the recruiting firm the potential of hiring that position, then that's absolutely what I will do. But we're not kicking that can any further when this firm won't be getting started on one position, let alone two, until the beginning of January anyways.
I'm confused already, but I think the motion is to spend up to $50,000 to hire a
On the
recruiter
general manager.
for the general manager. That's done, okay? So now we're just
Inquiring.
talking the rest of it.
Yes.
No.
We're good.
It's already done.
We've already voted.
Yeah, we've
I'm gonna ask.
approved that search. Okay. And so Ariel, once she makes that, Ariel now has the authority to make that decision. Once that other additional information comes in, she will make that decision. And once that decision is made, she will discuss with that company what you're talking about, also searching for an operations manager.
We will be searching.
They can start that process and then,
We don't need to be involved with that. She can do that on her own. So we're
Correct.
going to look for two candidates.
We're officially looking for one, and she's going to talk to them about the other. We can reach out to you.
And then what? She has to come back to us and say, this is what we're going to do with the others. So the other
if they come back.
She will have to in January.
Yeah, in January, she'll come back and say, yes, they can do it, and it's going to cost this amount for that additional person.
They're really not going to
So
start
nothing
until
happens till
January anyway.
Correct.
Well, the general manager will.
Yes, is the answer.
We'll move forward, Ray. The operations manager will be in January.
I'm very clear with what I'm doing. We're good.
Okay.
So we don't have to vote on it.
Yeah, consensus is good. We're good.
Okay, the only thing you have to let us know is if you disagree and you want to consider the fourth
Correct.
recruiter.
Yes.
If we don't hear from you, then you're going with your original
Correct.
choice.
You're going to hear from me regardless. You're going to hear from me regardless. Whether you want to or not, I'm going to send you an email, so.
Okay, we all square on that?
Are you all square on it?
You? I just glad that we all agreed that we need an operations guy. That's the important. All right, add-on items, none, I believe. Petitions and communications, none, I believe. Staff report, general counsel.
Okay. First and foremost, I have a meeting with the county attorney scheduled for December 19th to discuss the voting issue. So I think you all should have, I emailed you on Tuesday, copies of the proposed ordinance. It's essentially the same stuff that we had last time. Spaced it out a little, make it a little bit easier to read, got rid of all the strike throughs. So what you're seeing is the way what we're proposing to the county.
So I assume everybody reviewed these. Are there any concerns, updates on what David sent out?
Any other changes or proposed changes? Otherwise, this is what's going to the county attorney for discussion. I have every reason to believe that the county attorney will end up recommending some changes. So it will end up coming back to the board for a final vote.
You're talking about the ordinance listings that you gave us, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Post order.
So the maintenance standards, the sanitation, the garbage disposal, everybody's okay with those?
Yep.
Issuance of civil citations, is everybody okay with those?
Yep.
The Board of Supervisors seating arrangement, I guess. Everybody okay with those?
What do we do? What do you do with the terms that expire prior to?
That's what we have. That's what the county attorney is going to tell us how we have to handle it. So that's the big question, because we're going to see if we can stagger it in a certain way. It's generally you don't like to have a vote where you have three potential candidates, a major swing like that. But unless we're going to do our own elections, there's no getting around it. Unless we change either the length of the terms or the process, because it's, general election, elections are done every 2 years. If we want the supervisor elections to handle them, to go through their office and not have to do our own, that's how it has to be.
And I understand that. Mike's term expires prior to either one of these next elections.
Correct, and so that's what we're, in the way.
But why wouldn't there be a 1 year, in that particular case, a 1 year temporary, a 1 year term to get it in sync with the?
And that's what I'm going to talk to the county attorney about, is because the terms are 4 years. And so we can't, if anything, we're going to be extending, we would extend terms. So my recommendation to the county attorney is, since this process does away with landowners and the landowner votes, then the landowner seats should be extended so that the landowners have the longest amount of representation. But that decision is going to be up to the county attorney.
But that would be one being extended and one being denied.
No. I don't think we can shorten it. That's my opinion, is that we cannot shorten it.
If you read that, you're extended to a year.
Everybody gets extended. There are only extensions. There are no shortenings.
Why don't we do this? It sounds like we're all in agreement with the exception of what the county is going to recommend on the vacancy, on the seats. Why don't you come back to what the county, if they approve everything else, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to this, come back and tell us what the county said so we can discuss that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair to everybody?
Yeah, it's coming back no matter what, because like I say, I guarantee the county is going to have some recommended changes. So it's coming back no matter what. And that's the big question, is how do we get over the initial hump? My recommendation is to extend the terms.
All right, and that meeting is December what?
19th.
19th? All right, everybody review his code of conduct recommendations? Is everybody okay with that?
I'm fine.
The only thing that I had a question on, David, was the person who cites the problem, it doesn't say that they do it in writing. It just says that they talk to the district manager.
Well, there's
Is there a form that they fill out or something? If somebody does something they shouldn't be doing, instead of, it sounds to me like right now, the way it's set up would be a verbal communication, but nothing in writing.
No, correct. Well, because that's the most basic. If people are horse playing in the pool, you don't want to have to write them up immediately. Whoever's in charge of the pool goes out and says, hey, you guys stop horse playing, stop running, take your bottles away, whatever the violation is. That's the initial one is.
But if it gets to the district manager, shouldn't there be something in writing?
Oh yeah, well, absolutely. It's anything other than verbal. And even if there's
I just don't think it says so here. That's what I'm asking.
Well, the minor violation, it says possible actions, verbal redirection and or document violation. So it's going to be up to the person that's the initiator.
Right.
Do I need to document this, or is a verbal enough?
Well, who makes that decision? The person issuing
Correct.
the violation?
The person issuing the violation. And when we talk about I always think, even if there's a verbal communication, that still should be documented. But when we talk about document violation, that's where you're handing a paper to the violator.
Okay, if you're comfortable with that. Anybody else okay with that? Everybody else? All right, so I assume that has your blessings to go to the county with. What else you got?
Well, this could be policy. This could be policy.
Oh, the code of conduct.
The code of conduct can just be policy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So if you guys are comfortable with the way it's written, I'll implement it into the policy manual and bring that back for a vote in January, and we can say it goes into effect January, after that meeting.
So is everybody okay with this?
Yes.
Okay, do it.
Okay.
What else you got?
Avanti, we are trying to schedule a mediation because Avanti mediation will require a shade meeting. So
a what?
Require what?
A shade meeting, which is where it's not public, but we have to hire a court reporter. court reporter documents everything that goes on during the settlement negotiations. If it's set, and then at some point in the future, that's released publicly. So the question that I have is, do you want to schedule a shade meeting during a regularly scheduled board meeting? Or do we want to schedule a special meeting for potential settlement negotiations?
Help me. Explain to me what would go on during a shade meeting. We are involved?
Yes, it would be a meeting of the board, not public, not open to the public. So it would be the board members, general manager, myself, and opposing counsel either by Zoom or, some form of communications, and a court reporter would document the conversations that occur. If we settle, great. Then the matter is settled. That settlement statement and the court reporter's documentation of the meeting would become public. Okay? If we do not settle, then the litigation continues, and after the litigation is completed, that court reporter's recording of the shade meeting would become public. We can't, these board member meetings always become public. Shade meetings are the limited exception for settlement purposes, so that we have the ability to discuss, because settlement negotiations are confidential.
And it requires the board to be present.
Correct.
Well,
what's your recommendation?
Yeah, I mean,
my recommendation is a special meeting. Otherwise, we would have to close down the public meeting and send everybody out and then reconvene. It would be a nightmare. So my recommendation would be a special meeting. That way we can arrange it with opposing counsel and figure out how we're going to.
Is that a special meeting? Is it open to the public?
No.
Okay, that's going to be the shade meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
Everybody else?
I like to go with the shade meeting because I think it'll go smoother.
You're okay with the shade?
But a special meeting?
Yeah, special meeting. So I'll get with Mr. Rhodes and he can communicate with opposing counsel, make sure they understand it has to be a shade meeting. Because it's probably going to be, we're looking at probably March or April of next year, most likely. Okay. That would be my guess. So.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead and do that.
The alternative, and like I say, that's if we're doing what I would consider a normal mediation where both parties are present. It's also still possible that opposing counsel could say, here's our offer. And then if we have an official offer, a settlement offer, then we can have a shade meeting that just involves the board. And we don't have to involve opposing counsel. That may be able to happen earlier. But as of today, as of Wednesday, when I met with Mr. Rhodes, we do not have an official settlement offer yet.
Okay. What else you got?
The turn 2 situation, we've gotten the Tanglewood made an offer. Basically, they want with $125, I think, monthly for rent for the sign. So I am waiting to hear back if that's something that if they're proposing paperwork, if their attorney or general manager or whoever is going to send a proposed sublease, or if that's something I've got to draft to take to turn 2. So I should have that answer hopefully early next week. My guess is I'm going to probably have to draft it.
Your guess is what?
I will probably have to draft it, but.
So, David, you haven't talked to turn 2 though?
Yes, I have.
And what was their feeling with that, the price of money?
They're not happy about it.
I don't blame them.
Yeah. So.
I don't blame them.
It was what, 125?
125 a month.
For a sign on our property.
Yeah.
No, it's our property, but it's leased to Tanglewood.
And how much do we charge Tanglewood for that sign?
Well, no, like I say, they have the lease through October of 2027. So my position is still that we need to renegotiate that.
Yeah, we charge them nothing though for that sign?
$1 for 10 years.
Okay.
And maintenance.
Okay.
So.
Yeah,
They do maintain the street and maintain the.
Can we tell them that we want to renegotiate and they should have it as 0?
We tried that already.
Huh?
So we tried that already.
Oh,
and they don't want, they are unwilling to make it free. So that's what my recommendation is we'll see what turn 2 does. It's all based on how fast turn 2 wants their sign up. If they want their sign up immediately, they pay $125 a month. If they can wait longer, then they can wait until we renegotiate the deal with Tanglewood.
So when should we start renegotiating the deal with Tanglewood?
I'm already drafting. So
You
it'll,
already
it'll
started?
probably, it'll probably come, I want to say the January 9th meeting, but it'll probably be the next one.
So within the draft that you're working, are we going to have, are they going to be able to not pay for it?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, because the proposal I'm going to make is that the board takes back over the right of way.
And charge Tanglewood for having their sign up?
Correct. Well, we'll charge all the people that, because that's the big thing is when it was initiated, it was just Tanglewood. Now it's Tanglewood turned to the dollar store, and there's other landowners there.
But the problem there is, David, if we do that and they maintain it now, so we'll have to maintain it. So it's gonna cost, so it may cost us more money, you guys.
No, why would it cost us more? We just charge them.
No,
We're gonna
we
charge-
maintain all the streets
Just charge them to
anyway.
cover the cost.
No, we'll have to cut grass and all that.
Right, we have to maintain the street.
Yeah, we'll
and
have to
cut the grass.
maintain that.
Right, just like we do everything else.
Right.
Just to be
We're
clear,
under a lease agreement right now where they maintain it. If that lease agreement goes away, it doesn't automatically become our responsibility. We can charge them whatever we want to charge.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Anything else, David?
That's it, unless there's questions. Thank you, David.
Finance, I'm sorry, did you say?
No,
Finance Director, Dane.
Yeah, so the first item is the assessment distribution chart that's been put out onto the website.
Do you have copies of it?
I do not have copies. I can bring some to you or email them to you.
Of what, the assessment thing?
Oh,
You got it.
It should be in the agenda package, I believe.
Can we make sure that this gets on the website? This assessment chart?
And I heard some from the public commentary, it might be a little small. I can make it bigger if it's not transforming over into bigger text. I can get that out there if need be. The budget amendment we've already spoke about earlier. It's the increase of 350,000. The next item is the 221,000 for the ARPA. I went through our budget and what we've spent so far. I've not seen any invoices come through for that, but once they do, I'll keep you guys, I'll send them directly to you and keep that updated on the.
I guess the original question was that 221,000, it's been bid out or no?
I think they've been ordered. I believe those are the pumps that are going to the main lift stations.
Yeah, but that was 240, the whole thing was 561, I believe.
Correct. I think the 221 are the pumps that have been ordered. I mean, I'm telling you what I was told. This is secondhand information, but I think they have been ordered. They are on the way. Part of the deal is we have to do the engineering and the pad improvement to sit them on. So I think they've been ordered, but it was going to be sometime late spring before they got here. That was my last conversation with Chris.
And I think we can get you some.
Drew may know more than that than I do.
Just a brief update on that. We did get the survey back. We're just trying to get it scheduled to get all the design done. And we have to submit to DEP for modifications to the lift stations to add the backup pumps. So it's.
Just make it as simple for me. The 221, we haven't done really anything with it. Or have we? I'm sorry.
It's purchasing of the equipment. The main pumps is the biggest.
We already bought it or we're waiting for it?
I believe they've been ordered, and I'm assuming we've probably put some kind of down payment.
That's what I was told.
So we've ordered the equipment, so we're going to be able to do it in a reasonable amount of time.
Correct.
Assuming that we get them in a reasonable amount of time.
The biggest thing is the
That's not
wait.
easy now.
Yeah, the biggest thing is the wait on equipment, because that was the biggest delay. Because they have to build them. Once they're ordered, they got to build them. And everything
I think last time Chris said there was I want to say.
Because my understanding was we were under a time limit in the 561,000. We had to spend it or do it by a certain date.
I'll look into that. I'm not
I
aware
believe
of that.
that was part of the deal with.
There is a date. I do not know the exact date, but there is a date we have to spend the money by.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it gets in within that date so we get that money.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think we have to file, if I remember correctly, we would have to file for an extension or we lose it.
All right. we'll look into that.
Drew, you're going to oversee that project with them doing this?
Yes, I've
Talking to the mic.
been given more of the information now, so.
All right, thank you.
You got anything else, Dane?
No, that's it, sir.
General manager.
I'd forgotten how much fun this is. If I had remembered, I might not be sitting here. I have multiple things to kind of update you on. One is that in the 2019 DEP review of our Unit 23 wastewater plant, they asked that we put well pads around each one of the monitoring wells. There's 11 of them. They need to be either 3x3 or 4x4 concrete so that you don't get infiltration into the well, because those are the wells they use to come and inspect it and make sure everything's as it should be. These had not been done, but they will be done within the next 30 days. Also, as a part of that DEP inspection, they wanted us to do additional maintenance on the infiltration ponds at Unit 23. That includes scraping the grass that has grown into them and tilling them up so that the water infiltrates into the ground in a more quickly. That also is ordered. There are valves between the ponds so that you can pump one dry and you work on that while you do the other. Groundwater right now is so high due to the 30 however many inches there were in the last September, two hurricanes and a big rainstorm. We can't get them dry, so we'll have to wait until it dries up, and then KDL is already contracted to go in and do what needs to be done. We, as I understand it, Drew, our permit expires in August, so we can expect another DEP exam between now and then. So we need to make sure we have that stuff done that they wrote up before. I think we'll have that scheduled though with KDL. Do you have anything to add to that?
I believe everything you said is accurate. I was unaware all that hadn't been done yet, but it's been on the to-do list for probably close to 6 months for the wells. And
Right. Well, it was on the to-do list longer than that because it was on my to-do list about a year and a half ago.
well, we had just to provide a little bit of delay to that. We had to get some clarification. One of the inspectors wanted us to like double the amount of wells and replace all of them, and we had a couple of meetings with staff and DEP to get them to back off of that a little bit. I don't know the reasoning behind it, but they were saying our wells were mislabeled, and they're part of the permit process. They tell us what we should label them as. So we had to get all that clarified, and that set delays, because if we had to replace all the wells, we didn't want to go encase all the old wells and then have to redo it all again. So that was some of the delay.
I'm assuming your firm is going to handle the new permitting.
Correct. We will do the renewal. I believe we have to start at the beginning of next year, because we have to start the renewal process 6 months prior to the expiration. So it gives them time to review it after we submit the renewal in.
Okay. Just to update you quickly on the Matanzas Edgewater stormwater issue. The culvert across Matanzas was old, and in the hurricane basically started collapsing. So there was not a lot of choice about replacing that. Once you start doing that, then the catch basin on I guess it'd be the north side of Matanzas, between Matanzas and Edgewater, was cracked as well. So we had to replace that, which means you have to do the one on this side, which had sunk and damaged the pipe across Edgewater. So now we've cut Matanzas, cut Edgewater, replaced both of those. As it turns out, the engineering on that catch basin over here was probably, it wouldn't be done that way now, put it that way. It was too low, which caused the sand to infiltrate. So we have now replaced that catch basin, built it up, and as you go out, it's done to the right level so that the water will go into it without taking sand with it. Today, I don't know if you saw it when you were coming in, but one of the catch basins down Edgewater had cracked, and we were getting infiltration around it, which undermined the walkway. So all that's been taken out. A new one's probably in there by now, and they'll finish that up, close it back up, and then they're going to go to the rest of them. They're going to replace, at my last understanding was there were 3 of them that needed to be replaced, one of which has the sewer connection to this building in it, and it was sinking, which would crush the sewer main if we don't replace it. So it's coming out, a new one's going in. That'll be the next one. And then they'll repair the ones that they can. When they get to the end of that, which goes all the way down Edgewater and goes into the lake, that's where the stormwater actually stages, is into the lake. That has been damaged by, looks like by a mower maybe, and it's blocked. So all that's in process. It'll probably all be complete. Well, the one is going to be complete today, so maybe the end of next week. The only proviso there would be that I'm pulling KDL off that to go to Matanzas and dig up. Mr. Price is already gone, between Mr. Price's house and the other house, and come to a conclusion of exactly where all this stuff is, so that I can then say to these people, this is what we can do for you. This is what it's going to cost. Here's our proposal. We will not make that proposal until David has come up with a legal deal that will protect us and protect them. But basically, everything that's going on is old. At one point in time in the past, the people in the villas were told that it was not done properly, and some of them elected to put check valves in, some of them did not. So, I mean, but all of this is old. If they have an issue, it's really with the people they bought the house from, or the people who bought the house, down the line. That doesn't mean we shouldn't fix it. That just means that's reality. But, we have to give them a reasonable proposal. I think we should, and that's my intention. That's probably more than you wanted to know, but that's where we are. I don't know if there's anybody left that had anything to do with that, but it's unfortunate we couldn't say that first. To address, there were on Estrada Street, which is over in the front. Estrada is a short street that goes between Tangier and Santiago. Both ends of that street, the culverts washed out during the hurricane. We have repaired the Tangier and Estrada. It was 2 pipes in there. I said, why don't you put 3? Just 3 is better than 2, because 2 of them washed out. So we're waiting on a pipe. It's cut, but just put it in. The other end of Estrada, Santiago, has not been done because we're waiting on pipe as well. The size that goes in there, we haven't been able to get. Should be here in the next week or so. As soon as it is, KDL is ready to go to do that. That leads me into the discussion of FEMA. We have had now 2 meetings with the FEMA representatives. The total that it looks like it's going to cost us for storm damage is somewhere $750 more or less. The FEMA meetings are in essence them trying to help us fill out the paperwork to get it done. We have a FEMA rep, and Sunday is slogging through that, getting it into their forms in the right format.
So FEMA is going to be about $750,000, and it's not budgeted, correct? Obviously, it's not.
Right.
We
But
did pay FEMA $75,000 already, haven't we? Or
we don't pay FEMA anything. They reimburse us.
huh?
We don't pay FEMA anything. They pay us. We file a claim with them, and they reimburse us for money spent.
In October, I thought I saw a $75,000 check to FEMA.
No, you saw $75,000 repairs. Is that what you asked earlier
Oh,
this
that's part
morning?
of the FEMA money. So that 75 is part of the 750. Maybe that's what it was.
Precisely.
Okay.
The,
So
the
I
biggest
understand.
the biggest deal is Columbus, where it washed out across Columbus. That's about 250, more or less. The rest of it is Santiago, Estrada, they're all around, but we're filing all the claims that we can file, and we'll see what we get. You're dealing with the government, so I can't tell you when you'll get it or how much of it you'll get, but.
All right, so you're keeping track of all this?
Absolutely.
So because we may have to go 750 in the hole. No. If we didn't get any money back. I mean, we'll get it eventually.
Right.
But it may not be in this current budget.
Right.
So we're okay with that if that happens?
Don't have much choice.
Oh, I know, but, I mean, we have to be sure that we have the 750 available if that's what it is.
Correct.
Yeah, we can do it. I've seen historically where I think in 2018, you guys did a amendment for hurricane expenses to the budget. We could possibly do something like that.
All I want to hear from you is that you can cover it if
We'll figure it
if
out.
needed.
We'll figure it out. Here's the deal. You have to advance it. You get it back from them or some portion thereof, most of it. They actually even pay salaries of people to fill out the papers. I mean, we have to keep all the miscellaneous expenses, and then they have a mitigation program where this was damaged, fixing it.
I understand the complexities. Do we have a separate FEMA account?
No, we have to keep track of all that.
Huh?
We have to keep track of all that. The expenses go into our budget and then they reimburse us. That's the way it works.
So that 75,000, there's a number of costs in there related to hurricane and getting reimbursed.
Right.
So we don't have a FEMA where.
We do not have a line item for.
Should
FEMA.
we have a FEMA account? If it's 750,000? No?
We can look at splitting that out, but at this point.
We can keep track and tell you, I mean, we can actually
Yeah.
bring you the actual report telling you exactly what we filed a claim with FEMA for. Now, it's going to go from here to somewhere to Washington to somebody to say yes or no. We're expecting FEMA inspectors to come in here in January. They've asked us not to repair anything we don't have to repair until they're here. For example, one of those would be the cart barn that's damaged. It's the government. They're here to help us. That's all I can tell you.
I think, and Dane can probably tell, but I think Irma took us 2 years to get the money back.
You get it in pieces depending on what, they're going to reimburse us for trees on the golf course. I mean, and that's included in the 750. I mean, you're dealing with pieces over here and they say, yes, okay, that one's okay. We'll send you a check. Okay.
I asked our FEMA rep time-wise when we can expect reimbursement. I didn't get a clear answer, but it sounded like months, not years.
Right.
I know they're kind of busy down south.
That's why I asked them.
I don't know if we're a priority to them compared to down south, so.
I think we're a priority to this guy, but we have our own rep and he's in this area and.
So you're going to keep track of it and from time to time, you'll let us know how we're doing.
Absolutely. She can give you that report right now.
Time to time, you'll tell us how it's doing.
We can give you a spreadsheet of what we have filed with them.
Yeah,
we can do
that'd be
that.
nice.
Yeah. You want to just email them that?
Okay, good.
Done. Just quick update on the manhole project. Pretty much all of Matanzas has now been inspected, all the manholes on Matanzas, and we gave them 23 more to do. They're pretty much located up in we're going to do basins from now on. The issue, this program's been going on since 2017, but it was kind of focused on, we know this one's a problem, go fix it, as opposed to, we're just going to take a look at all of them now, because they all ought to be done. When you reseal them, you get a warranty for 10 years. All told, there's 210, I believe it is, in Sun and Lake. This will have been 80 that we have done when these 23 are done. The issue gets to be bigger in that we are also responsible for the ones in Tanglewood, and none of them have been inspected. So, but they're not as old as ours either. So we don't know of any. There's 250 of them. It's all told about 450. So we're working on it hard as we can work on it. I don't know how much more you want to know about that. You may be better off not knowing, I don't know. The meter project bids came back in yesterday. We have a review schedule of that for the 19th with the meter sys who Chris contracted to put the RFP out to analyze the bids and then give us their opinion as well as with our input as to which ones we ought to go with. I know Dane was looking at them. Do you have any comment about the price that came back in?
Yeah, so the average price is in the 1.5 to 1.6 range right now.
For the meters? So it's
With-
about 150, 160,000 a year?
No,
that
that's
correct?
$1.5 million or 6. I don't know if any of them bid it to put it in, and
I did see some that do a yearly, what are they, service agreement. I just received them yesterday, just glanced over them. I'm going to submit that to Dan.
We're thinking that the 185 that we allocated would be enough?
I'm not ready to
Don't
say
know.
that, no.
It's too early to tell.
But that was with them maintaining them?
Yes, yeah, and I can forward those to all you guys.
You don't really want to see
No.
that. I mean,
And
they're-
like I said, yeah, we'll start the review process.
I think the board, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the board would prefer that we get a company that maintains them?
That's
as
an
opposed
option,
to
yeah.
us doing them ourselves?
We will bring back to you a recommendation at the next board meeting.
Okay.
Possibly two of them. You can do it this way or you can do it that way, and then that's going to be your choice.
So that would be a service contract then?
Could be.
That's correct.
Possibly.
There's two-
We-
yeah, there's a
you'll
couple
have-
options.
We think you'll have that option. put it
Okay,
that way.
so you're going to give us both ways?
Correct.
Thank you.
And the few that you looked at, are they still 9, 10 months out? Do you know?
That I don't know. That was Chris. That was, I guess, had spoken to him and said, with everything else, there tends to be a waiting period just because of
So we're
supply
really
issues.
talking about the end of next year, the end of next year?
Yes.
Before it's up and running?
Correct.
Well, we got 185 in the budget. We could always, if that be the case, we could take that and put it towards drainage.
Or towards manholes, either way, yeah. The thing about the manhole project, and I should mention this, is when you give these guys 20 to go do, you don't know what it's going to cost you. They do the inspection for free. If they can coat them, it costs $2,000 or $3,000, depending on the size of them. And you get a 10-year warranty against water intrusion from that. Somebody said you hadn't done any manholes. Well, we had. We've been doing this. I went back to 2017 because that's 5 years ago, but they were doing some of them before that. At any rate, when you give them 20 to do, you don't know whether each one of them is going to cost you $3,000, or if you got one that's really bad, it might cost you $10,000, or if it has to be dug up and replaced, it could be $25,000. So we have to take it in pieces so that we can keep a handle on what it's going to cost us. If I said go do 200, you don't know what the number might be, but they can't do 200 in a row anyway. So it has to be managed, and that's what we're doing. And I would say to you as well that the budget amendment that you made, adding another 350,000 to the budget, we're not going to spend that until we get a good handle on what's already spent. And we're not going to spend that just willy-nilly. We'll talk to you about what's going on and make sure that we keep a good handle on exactly where we are. Obviously, we have to address stormwater. Obviously, we're already doing it. Is the intrusion from the manholes? I mean, some of it. Is it all from the manholes? I don't think so. A lot of it has to do with the low-pressure sewer system that we use that was installed here however many years ago. I mean, we're dealt a hand of cards and we got to play them as best we can, and that's basically what I'm doing. And I understand people's frustration, but I can't just make it work for them. I've got to figure out exactly what the problem is and then exactly what the best solution is, and then help them to the extent that we can. But we also can't, as Ms. Smith was saying, if we got to be careful what we do, because we are not in an area of liability now, but we could put ourselves there if we don't make sure we get everything done right. So I'm 100% committed to helping these people. I'm not 100% committed to doing something that would give Sun Lake liability they don't currently have. So you've heard about FEMA, probably more than you want to know about FEMA. Florida Rural Water Association. If you recall, when I was here before, we started this Florida Rural Water Association survey, they call it. We have to have that done in order to go to the state for SRF funding for a new wastewater plant or expansion of the existing one. The one they sent back in here is clearly marked draft. It was done in June of this year. We sent our response back to Florida Rural Water. Drew did, I guess, Friday, or you're going to do it today or what? Today. It'll go to them today, which is, we marked it up. Did you think about this? We don't agree with that number, whatever. So we will then hopefully get a response from them quickly saying, okay, we'll change this recommendation, or this, we agree with that, or we don't agree with that. Anyway, we're in the process. It's a long, involved process. You're not going to get a new sewer plant 5 years probably, but we have to start, and we are started, and I will drive it down the road just as fast as I can get it there. In the meantime, we got to do the well pad, Unit 23. I mean, we got to make sure Unit 23 stays operational until we get a new one, or until they give us enough money to just redo that one.
Just for clarification, the water plant, we are still planning on funding through a loan.
Water plant?
Is that correct?
Wastewater.
Sewer plant.
Wastewater. Yes.
We're going to fund that through a loan,
From the-
regardless of what the price is. And the
Almost
drainage issue, we're going to try and do without a loan.
as much as we can.
That's what we're trying to get to.
That's correct. Yeah, we're trying to, like Dan was saying, take bites out of it and cash flow it ourselves.
Okay, and obviously, the drainage issue will be addressed at the budget time, when we start doing budgets, on how you plan to get there and how much you can.
We won't
bite
wait
off.
that long. We're working on it right now.
Okay.
And that's part of the discussion that we're doing on the, that's part of the discussion that we're doing on the 350. We'll address as much of that as we can in there. That's stormwater management. So yeah, we're working on it. Quick update on the hail. All of the hail proposal is put together. It's been sent to our insurance company. They wanted to review it before we put it out for an RFP. It is significantly complicated because you got lots and lots of properties that were damaged. Sunday worked on the spreadsheet, and I mean, it's a lot. It is in their hands. We can't send it out for an RFP until we get an answer back from them, and then it'll go out for an RFP. It is set up where it can be one big company come in and do them all, one or lots of small companies come in and do them. So we're going to have to figure out how we manage that process. It's about probably $900,000, something on that order for all of these roofs. It's quite expensive when you start redoing metal roofs, and especially standing seam roofs. And that's what we have. Going out to residents shortly, I sent to you this septic tank effluent pumping system explanation of what it is, and how to tell if you got one, or how to tell if you don't have one. I think Fish Lab did a really nice job putting that together for us into a nice format. I worked with Tim Barker, who's one of our techs. It's blue.
Gravity versus the.
Correct. Yeah, that's it. So that will be going out. I may have already done so. I don't know. We're going to send that in an e-blast, and it's also going to be in a brochure to put in our new residence package. I don't know. Did they send it out yet, or do you know?
We have not sent it out yet. It's scheduled for today.
Okay. Quick update on Unit 12. Unit 12 is out here. I met with Raymond Hornick one day this week. My days are running together. He is moving forward with that. He has Polson as his engineer. They have designed the first phase of it, which was about 35 acres, Drew, or do you know? It's 30-something acres, which that was his first option. He's going to need to acquire some more property in order to meet with the county's codes, which is fine. It allows for that in the agreement. He can buy the number. He also has a tortoise survey, so he is going to have to. Part of the agreement was we would provide him, if I remember right, it's 25 acres.
He mentioned 25 per development for the first two. That's what he said. I don't have the.
So I think 25, I don't know if you remember, David, but I think 25 is his problem. Beyond 25 is his problem. We agreed to provide 25 acres at no cost. From there on, it's do what you want to with it. But he has lots of tortoises out there, and there's a limit as to how many tortoises you can put per acre. They'll have to be fenced, and they'll have to be which, I mean, that again, that's one of the costs of doing businesses now in a deal. But he understands that, and he's going forward. Is probably going to come back to us with a request to extend the agreement for 2 years. He's already acquired the first part, but the way it's drawn, he has to take so much every 2 years. He wants an extension of that. So we'll have to talk about, okay, how much do you pay us and how much don't you? And we did an abatement of assessments for 2 years, not a forgiveness, but an abatement. So he will owe us assessments on the lots that he took down in October. That's 2 years. So it is moving along. I just wanted to give you a report. I met with him. We're working on it. We also have some other issues that we have to clean up with that thing, but I think David understands where we're going, and he's going to be in touch with Raymond's attorney, and we'll get it all worked out. But that's good news. I was kind of afraid he was going to bail on that deal but he has spent engineering money, and they have it all. When you're in my office, I have a plan that he's put together, and I'll be glad to share it with you. You'd find it interesting. It's pretty much the first phase is single-family homes.
Both first two phases will be single family.
Yeah, which is a good thing for us. One of the issues that we have to deal with is that we have 2 sewer plants. Most of the development, the good news is most of the development it's going out past Sun Lake on the other side of Sun Lake, all goes to Unit 4 wastewater treatment. It's only at about 30% capacity, something on that order, depending on the day you're talking about. So we have plenty of capacity over there. Unit 23, on the other hand, depends on your day you're talking about, which it is, and how much stormwater happens to be coming through at the time. We still have capacity. I would be a little bit nervous if we were throwing 500 houses into it like we're getting ready to out on the other side, but we're okay from that standpoint. I think that's your assessment, Drew.
All right, unless we've had any drastic changes in the last few months other than infiltration.
Yeah, as we do a better job on infiltration, and that's some of the things that I've been talking to you about that we need to deal with over on this side. The first part, not first parts, but the part in Ortego and west, that's pretty low lying over there. It's really in a 500-year or 100-year floodplain, I think, actually, zone. It's a flood zone.
Yeah, the first few streets are.
Yeah, so when you get 3 or 4 feet of water hits the ground, there's a problem over there, and we need to start addressing it. We've talked about it. We're getting ready to do so, and that's part of the stormwater management issue. As I said, we got lots of stuff going on. One last thing, pickleball. The pickleball players were here. They have now gone. I guess they got tired of listening to us. Basically, we had a plan to redo the pickleball court. The tennis two of the tennis courts into 4 pickleball courts. Somehow that morphed into 2 pickleball courts. Um, And the pickleball players don't like the way they're formatted for whatever reason. I think it's valid. So we have now reached out to the people who did the marking. They say, well, all we have to do is mark out the markings and mark in the new markings, and we'll give you a price. So I don't know at this point in time where that is price-wise, but I will come back to you and let you know, this is what it's going to cost. Do you want to address it? Hopefully have that by the next meeting.
Did you figure out how that happened? I mean, I thought,
I couldn't tell you. I know what it was when I left. I don't know what it, I know what it is now. I don't know how we got where we are. I guess at this point in time, it's not important to establish blame. It's just here's where we are and here's where we're going. So that's the best I can do at this point in time. And I'm pretty much approaching everything from that standpoint of, here's what I got to deal with, and I'm doing my best to get it done. Okay, I think that's all I have, unless you guys have questions for me.
let's not talk about it.
I have one concern, and if this is not the format. I hear you. I have one concern, and if this is not the format, just tell me. The lady that came in that had received the check for her damage, how did that check get written, Dale? And to what company?
I've got a note to look that up. I think it was
Who authorized the check to be written?
Chris.
And if it's less than 25,000, I think they can do that.
He can do that.
Yep.
David, what is our legal?
I was not consulted, but yes, if it's any expenses under $25,000, the general manager has the ability to do that.
My question would be, did that really give us any liability?
That's my question.
Not in his opinion.
What was that, David? I didn't hear you.
Not in my opinion.
Okay, thank
That
you.
does not create any liability for us because Chris wrote that check.
All right.
Okay.
But how about the next people that come in and say you wrote this one a check?
Well,
The next door neighbor.
All
say the next door
circumstances,
neighbor.
every all land is unique. So we're not necessarily setting precedents. Is it something I would have recommended? No, it's not something I would have recommended.
I agree.
I was not consulted on that, but I do know he's been talking to other people about doing the same thing. So I couldn't tell you what has been done and what hadn't.
Does anybody know the cost of that?
I'll get you an exact amount, but I believe it's under $2,000.
Under 2,000? I like to, let me know, please.
Just put on your list of things for the next budget. We need a detailed listing of the streets that need lighting. There's quite a few, especially in the new areas where the construction is going on, because we certainly have to address those rather quickly.
I just made myself a note prior to you saying that Ariel and I need to talk to our grant writer and see if there's some money out there that could be used for that. And I think that might very well happen, but we will talk to him. We have a list of things we want to talk to him about next week. It's just a matter of finding time to get to all this stuff.
Yeah, it probably looks like we're going to have to play catch up with all the construction going on, but then we still, because we've heard a lot of complaints from the residents, we still probably should start budgeting lighting every year.
Right.
So we can go back and fix our wrongs, so to speak.
I would
We'll
agree
catch
with
up.
that, but if we can get some money to do it, grant money to do it, that would be even better.
Yeah, and I know that Chris, we raised impact fees or whatever the technical term is for him for new construction. So we're going to take a look at that to see if that was considered in those fees, because those fees may increase again to compensate for that.
And where are we on the basketball courts? Basketball courts?
Still waiting for the legal response from the county.
What'd you say? I didn't hear what he said. What'd you say?
We're still waiting for the county to respond as to.
Yeah, the basketball court, in all honesty, if the playground goes where it is,
It's got to go.
where we think it's going to go, I think the days of the basketball court are gone.
I think we need, in my opinion, I'd like to see us act on it now. It was probably at least a week or two ago, on a Saturday afternoon, getting ready to go out for a couples league, I believe it was. And there was a music being played over here with the most vulgar, obnoxious language that you could hear clearly at the clubhouse. And I just don't think they're not needed. Just let's take them down.
The only reason to delay was that we took RPAC money on it, and we're trying to make sure that we don't have to pay it back. But it's $7,500 is the question. So if you want to direct us to take them down today, they'll be down.
I mean, is there a big cost to taking it down?
Well, in the past, when we had trouble there, we took the basketball hoops down, and that eliminated, the kids going in there. And Craig's right. I was actually over here the other night and ran into the same thing with the music blasting. It's just, I think if we take
The music blasting is one thing. It was the vulgar language that was being.
Well, whatever it was bad. But if we take the basketball hoops down,
Can I speak?
no.
Oh, you have to go first?
If we take the basketball hoops down and wait for the county to get back to us, we're okay there, right?
Yeah.
Right? So, all right.
I just felt we were in a stronger position if they're still up before we take it down, but it's not that much money. I mean,
Right.
I'm fine with taking them down.
All right, wait, let's give this young lady an opportunity.
My
Yes,
name's
ma'am.
Stacy Green, 4605 Nadina Drive. I'm just questionable. That's the first I've heard. I didn't make the last meeting. I do have small children with a desire to use them. And I believe where I live, I'm not supposed to have the basketball hoops in specific locations of my home. So I'm just curious why they'd be coming down. And if the music, I can understand that. My daughter's 12. I don't want to have her listening to vulgar music. But why wouldn't security be called? Why wouldn't they be coming and having somebody make them stop that?
I did call security.
Okay, so did they have them leave or?
Well,
This
they probably
happens.
just, if they turn it off, and then when the security person leaves, they probably turn it back on.
I just think it's
but
unfortunate to take away something that could be such a great thing for so many children to be able to have a release, to be able to practice a sport, and to punish them because some people are out here,
It's not just
doing
that,
something
ma'am.
horrible.
If you've been here at the previous meetings, you will understand we've had to call the police. Gunshots have been fired. It's really a hazard.
Yeah, you
Okay,
really
well,
don't.
if that's a thing, I'm concerned why we haven't heard about that if we haven't been able to make the meetings. Like, as far as I know, I'm living in a place that I chose to move here to because of the type of place that Sun and Lake is represented as.
Well, we can't help if outside people come in.
I understand
and
that.
have that kind of, they're not even residents of Sun and Lake. They're outside people coming in and playing, and that's where the problem is coming in.
But I feel like
The
if you
only
get
way-
rid of one thing, then why are we keeping others? That's just, if you get rid of one thing, there's
Well,
going to be something
what would you
somewhere
do if a gunshot was shot where one of your small children was there? How would you handle that?
I would, obviously,
We're trying to be
I would hope something
proactive.
like that wouldn't happen, but I don't think that, that's just, it's punishment. That's one of the reasons that you look at a community like this with children is the things that we can bring our kids to, the parks, things like that. So,
We can lower the nets instead of taking them out is one possibility. The guys that are wanting to play won't do it if they're not regulation. So if you want it for smaller children, that could be done as well.
that's a possibility, but like I say, where I live, I don't believe it's a possibility for me to have a basketball hoop or something like that, So would I be questioning changing things differently?
we are putting in a new playground area with new updated playground equipment with shade. And it will be going into that particular area. So it's a,
Mine's 12, so she's more along the lines of looking at
yeah.
a sport and not playground.
Yeah.
And, she recently brought up to me wanting to go to the basketball courts. That's why I asked, because, it's just unfortunate that others are getting punished due to that.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of upset to know that there was gunshots fired and no warning out that I've heard or seen in this community, because I would be more mindful, of what I'm doing. I thought I lived in a safe place. And I think that's something that as a resident, if something like that is out there, you guys should be making sure that all of us are aware of what's happening. Thank you.
It's probably in the police report, I imagine.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I know they were called.
I know I'm of a certain age, and the majority of the people in here are not basketball stars. and I know the risk of gun violence, but we are living in a wonderful environment. To take down a basketball, we're limiting the youth for healthy activity. I'm going to say we have young people that do use foul language, as do I. So to take down a basketball, this is part of our culture. Kids should be playing outside, but vandals and people who have evil intent, we do need to ramp up security. I'm going to say I have kids and grandkids that have come down. We should not eliminate something youthful that's healthy just because we have had a couple of incidents. Again, I'm not advocating that we don't have security. We need to keep the basketball. I'm hearing all the negativity on the board, but you need to look at around our community. Are we only serving the golfers? Are we only serving who? Because,
We're serving the pool people and everybody else.
but you're all saying do away with the basketball.
No, the problem is that we're going to put in
Yeah.
a revised playground for the
Fine.
kids.
For
the kids.
what age? Because that's not going to hit the teenagers.
I don't know what ages. No, it's not for teenagers.
That's not going to hit the young
It's not
adults.
for teenagers. The problem is it's going to be right next to the basketball court, which we don't think is a good thing for the kids.
So where are you going to put the basketball court?
That's a very good question.
Because I don't think you should abolish it. Put the children's playground area
We
in
don't
another.
think it should stay where it is if we put a playground in.
But the basketball should stay. My vote.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That has not been decided. We don't know the cost
Well,
of moving
I've seen
it
a
or
lot of
anything.
negative shaking of heads because of foul language and music. I'm guilty of that.
It happens multiple times a week. I mean, it's all the time.
So security called how many times? I don't.
The people that are playing there are not residents.
Well, then they should be flagged and exited the location. I agree with that. This is for our community. We're not here to serve other communities. But I think we're missing our young people that do live in this community. And I'm not just speaking teenagers, I'm speaking young adults. So, and of course, a few seniors may get out there. But it's not. I think we should have pumped up security, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
Hi, Cheyenne again, Recreation Manager. I work over at the Recreation Office about 5 to 6 days a week. I see everything that happens over there in regards to the basketball courts until after 6 p.m. After 6 p.m., it's a bit harder to regulate that. You know, security is called as often as we can acknowledge the situations. You know, anytime I hear any crazy music, call security. Anytime I see a situation like we had some kids show off fireworks, like little firecrackers at the basketball courts, call security. But it's, you know, unfortunately, it is kind of a hub for a crowd that doesn't make the best choices. Now, I'm not, well,
Ma'am,
what I'm saying is that, you know, they might have their opinions now as far as wanting to take the basketball courts down. Not to say that that's going to be finalized right now.
Cheyenne?
I do, yes.
That's not on the agenda.
This is not on the
Okay,
agenda.
that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As far as the basketball, yes, ma'am.
I also have 3 boys. I have 3 children in their 20s. So I just want to say that, you know, you can be a great parent and you can do whatever you want to raise your kids and teach them to make the right decisions. But once they leave the house, you don't know what they're going to do. So therefore, you know, I've had my kids, when you take away something, they find another way to get themselves in trouble. So we can take away the basketball hoops, but they're just going to end up finding something else to do. People rebel. So I just think if you get rid of one thing, expect them to do something else.
Thank you. As far as the basketball court goes, unless somebody wants to make a motion, it stays where it is for the time being. Okay, I didn't hear a motion. I lost where I am.
That's it for me.
Project man.
Nope.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, community service and human resources. Ariel.
Me. Okay. So just a couple quick updates to the staff report that was sent out in your board packets. I did send out an email. I hope all of you were able to take a look at that yesterday. It had a link inside that is to the new website. I had mentioned in that email, with very few minor exceptions, just minimal little tweaks because we're going through it with a fine tooth comb. It is ready to go live. So the plan, I met with Fish Slapped yesterday. The plan is that we will be starting that conversion. So you have to take the current domain, there's a merging process so that the snldistrict.org now will take you to that new website. We are going to be starting that next week. Monday, I think we were going to start on Wednesday, and then the website should be ready to go live on the 19th. Initially, we were thinking it was going to be a little bit later in the year, so that was good news to see that that was able to get done just a little bit sooner. So looking forward to that. Hopefully you all get an opportunity to kind of peek through that. It is an ongoing process. It's not once it's done forever. Fish Slapped obviously is contracted to keep up with that, and we'll be sending them content if we ever find that, we want a page tweaked, or we get feedback that maybe people are having a hard time finding XYZ page. It's constantly evolving. So they've been fantastic to work with, and we appreciate them immensely. On the same breath with Fish Slapped, we had a meeting probably 2 weeks ago now with regards to the new resident packet. That's something that they have taken on. They're going to completely revamp, give us some great suggestions as to, do they think we should do a little bit of rebranding with what's in there, taking the current materials, spicing them up a little bit, as you've seen with some of the content that they've provided to us recently, such as the sewer flyer that Dan had them put together. So one of the other pieces I think that's important to mention that they will be including in there, because it's come up today, is an assessment brochure, not really a brochure, I guess, an assessment infographic that explains, that's very easy to read and says these are what assessments are, these are what your assessment dollars pay for, so that it's broken up a little bit so that folks can read it and truly understand it.
I think you could just take Dane's graph that he gave us, and that gives a breakdown of the assessments and what they're for, and put that in the package.
I haven't seen that, so
Oh, you haven't
I'll,
seen it?
no.
He's got one that he prepared.
Either that, or I've already seen a written up list of what is covered by the assessments. Maybe we throw that in.
That's already in there.
I mean,
By
it's a
the
breakdown
sound-
of how the assessments are being split for 2023. To me, that would be a natural if that's what you're looking for.
So there's already an assessment brochure that's in there, and it obviously explains it in too few words because it seems like there's still a lot of misunderstanding. So one of the things that I appreciate about Fish Slapped is they're taking a fresh set of eyes and they're looking at it and saying, from their perspective and the perspective of the public, how can we say this in a way that makes sense and it really drives it home? And if it's including a graph, fantastic. I think that it needs to be a little bit bigger than just a graph and a little bit bigger than just a tiny little brochure. So if it's a page
Take the
flyer.
information and give it to them and let them do it the right way.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. We've given them the whole packet and we went line by line, took out every piece that was in there, and talked about, how we can make this look better. And they're going to come to us with some recommendations as well. I know that there are some adjustments though, but until that happen, that need to be corrected. All of the 2023 rates will be put in. I would imagine now is probably a better time since we're in
The 2023
December.
rate should be in the current packages. Hopefully, we've gone in and changed them
Oh,
over.
okay.
The package that I saw the other day in the office had 2019 rates.
Okay.
So hopefully, we're changing the existing packages.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. In that interim, until we get that new packet, we're
Because
making
the
those
rates are in
adjustments.
effect right now.
Right, the new rates are in there, and so is that new code enforcement brochure.
The sample that I saw in the office the other day had the 2019 rates.
Yeah, that's correct. That's an old packet. That's not the one the girls are handing out at the office. That's just the old
That's
packet.
right. Which
That's the
package
old
did I
one.
see?
I'll follow up with.
Yeah, just make sure.
Yep,
that we
I'll
have
talk to the
correct
girls.
rates.
Yep, yes, we will absolutely make sure that we're not waiting for Fish Slapped on
Do you
that.
have any idea when this will be ready now?
Our plan is the beginning of the year.
So January 9th meeting?
Yeah, that's fine. I can, if I give them that date, I have no doubt that they'll have.
That's fine. And I will tell you, I did get an opportunity to look at the website. I thought it was done very well. My congratulations to all of you who participated in it. I think everybody's going to be pleased when they see it. The only thing that I saw that I would like added, and I may have missed it, was there's no monthly reports.
So that, I believe, did you look on the new link? Did you look at the link that I sent last
On the
night?
what?
The link that I sent last night, did you open that
Yeah,
link?
yeah.
You did? Okay, I'll check then.
Yeah, I couldn't find, now that, they
Okay.
may be there, I just couldn't find them.
No problem. So I'll
But I was
follow up
able to
with them.
find the budgets and all. Oh, the other thing was on the minutes of all the meetings. This is a minor detail, but it says video, and most of them are audio.
Okay, we'll cross to see if
I mean,
that's
we only
just maybe
started the
needs to be pushed.
visual this year, I think.
Yes,
So all the other listings are audio,
okay,
or should be audio,
Okay.
excuse me.
minutes, awesome.
What else you got?
That's all I have for right this second.
Any questions for Ariel? Any questions out there? Project manager, Ms. Sunday.
Yes. I have reached out to this S&ME company regarding this probable cost for the pool. I'm in it. And they have responded that the person that did this cost is no longer there, so they have passed it on to the person that took that position. So I'm waiting to hear back from them for an updated amount for this pool. But from what I've seen, this is almost 2 years old, so that cost is going to go up. So we're looking at a base rate of just a pool cost of being $2 million. And that doesn't include the other costs that no one looks at as far as the unseens.
So the original estimate, or that's been provided to us can be discarded.
Yes.
And we're working on a new estimate based on,
Yes, but we're not going to get an actual estimate because we haven't signed a contract with anyone to make this project go forward. So they're just giving us a probable cost. So right now, that probable cost is $2 million.
so the sheet that they gave us, which was $1.5 million.
Yes, it's going to
now
go.
at $2 million.
Yes,
I would think
In
at
today's
least.
dollars.
yes.
I would think at least.
And that's-
That's how much pools have gone up.
And that's just the pool. That doesn't include everything else that this pool is going to require.
So, bottom line, we're looking at 3.5, like,
Yes.
The sheet, can we get can the company who gave us this estimate give us an estimate in current dollars?
We have asked them to do that.
Yes.
It certainly
Once
won't be less than $1.5 million, probably more like
That's what we
2.5.
need.
Right. But you need to understand that there is just the pool and it's a probable cost
The
because we
sheet
have
that
not
they
signed.
quoted originally was not just the pool,
Yes, it is.
right?
Yes, sir, it is. If you read through the statement, it does not say everything that is required to build this pool. Because they're not going to give us an actual of everything because we haven't signed a contract to move forward with this project.
This thing says restrooms, pool showers, pool fence. I mean,
But you're not looking at the bigger picture of the unseens. Like, okay, so you're gonna have a restroom. Does that mean that they're gonna cover putting in all the, like, the toilets, lockers, how many
So the
showers?
original estimate we got was worthless?
Useless.
That was just their wild
Yes.
guess. They're the same guys that wanted us to put a walk around the lake.
If this was ballpark, all I'm asking is, what is the estimate for this in today's dollars?
And I'm waiting for them to send me that. Like I'm saying, costs have gone up. Right now, they
That's
have
why
on
I'm
this.
asking for the estimate. in
I'm
today's
waiting for that.
dollars.
Once I get that, I will be glad to give it to you. But like I said, like right down here, they have $8 a square foot for concrete. Right now, concrete's at $12 a square foot. So that's going to go up right there.
Sunday,
yes.
Sunday, who did the specs on this pool?
This company called S&ME.
There were no specs. It's
So
just.
there are no specs, so
No.
we did not hire anybody
No.
to come in and design this.
These are the guys that did the whole rec plan. So it's just a wild guess. That's all it is.
This cost us like $30,000.
Exactly.
Right. And no one signed a contract with them to move forward with this. So now it's just a probable cost.
It's the same guys that said we should do the walk around the lake, but we don't have the land.
I personally think we need a pool. Obviously, by the time we get done pricing it, it's going to be more than the water
million.
plant.
Yes.
No,
Sewer plant.
it'll be more in the neighborhood of
I
$3
mean,
or $4
we got to
million.
make a decision on whether we want a pool or not, and then go to Dane and say, when and if can we do this? I mean, we got a little kiddie pool right now that holds 60 people.
69, but.
How can we make a decision when we don't even know what we want?
Can-
We don't even have a specs on it.
We couldn't afford it if it was $1.5 million.
Well, I know, Ray, I got the same thing, but we don't have specs on.
You couldn't afford it if it was $1.5 million.
Right.
It really is kind of a moot point.
Okay, that kind of makes it simple.
Right.
That makes it simple.
I mean, we're trying to figure out how to pay for the meters. I don't think you can do that plus the,
I agree.
I'm sorry, I don't think we can afford a pool. I don't know why we're.
not
I
for
don't
the
know how
next
you can
5
make a
years.
determination whether you can afford it until you know what it's going to cost. And that's all I was asking for, is what it's going to cost. So
Well,
we
I
could
can't-
decide.
It's not
I think
Sunday's
Dan
fault.
just said if it's $1.5 million, we can't afford it.
Right.
Right.
So if it's 2 million, we surely can't afford it.
Right.
I mean, that's,
Fine, no pool.
well,
This year.
not for the foreseeable
Oh.
future.
Well, it's 2 years, it's in the budget for 2 years from now. It's not in the budget for next year, this year or next year. So I guess we'll take it out of the budget.
We can extend it to later years. I agree with you, we should have a pool. I agree with, but I think as a practical matter, it's more important to get the drainage straightened out and the wastewater straightened out and deal with that.
If we start kicking it down the road, you know, it'll never get done. So we either take it out or we do it.
That's up to you guys, but I wouldn't take it out because I think it's needed, but I think it's something we can't afford to do. That's my opinion.
I mean, if you think we can afford, if you think we should have it, there's got to be a way to figure out how to pay for it. And maybe we go to the people and say, y'all, this is what the deal is, and see what they say. I don't know. I'm just saying, the pool that we have now, for the building that's going on, not everybody's putting an in-ground pool in because of the cost of that. That's over $100,000.
It's inadequate.
Basically to put an in-ground pool. So a lot of people don't have the luxury of having a pool in their backyards anymore. And I think the district owes it to the people who live here to offer a decent pool that can handle more than 60 people. Because I believe that is our limit. Is that correct?
69. The limit's 69, but
It's limited to about 60 people.
69.
Well, we're going to have a heck of a lot more than 60 people who probably would take advantage of a pool. That's my point.
I don't see any way you can do it in the next 2 years.
So I still think we'd like to see a price of a pool.
Okay.
So that we can say, oh, this is, I don't know. I'd like to see it. I don't know if anybody else would.
I'd like to see it, I just don't, we gotta see how we finance it.
Right. Well, you got to get the first base before you can get the second base. First base is to find out what we're talking about.
We've reached out to these people and they haven't gotten back to us yet, but I mean, I think a more reasonable number is 3 million than 2 million, but by the time you get through with it.
This won't cost us any money to find this out, will it?
It's possible that, yes, it could.
Well, don't do it if it's going to cost us money. I can tell you that.
It was 34,000 last time, so.
Yeah.
No, that was 34,000 for the 30,000 for the whole recreation.
Oh, well, okay, I was not aware of that. I wasn't here for that.
I'm just
So
saying.
it costs us
It was for the whole
34,000.
plan.
It costs us 34,000 to find out we can't do it. That's smart.
No, I was wrong. I'm sorry.
It was the
But there's still a cost to find out what this is going to be because they're going to have to come out here and
The
do something.
issue's got to be, if you want an honest to goodness price, you got to say, I want a pool for 300 people and here's where I want it to be and this is what I want it to look like. And they're going to tell you, that'll cost you $100,000 to do the design or whatever number it is.
Well, how about this? Why don't you come back to us at the next month and tell us how much it would cost to get this, what we have updated, if anything?
Okay.
And then we'll decide if we want to spend the money to get a new number.
Yes, sir.
Is that agreeable to everybody?
I don't think you can update it.
Huh?
I don't think you can update it. Well, you want to expand it?
I didn't get it.
Do you want to expand the existing pool? Is that what you want?
No. The pool that we were presented last year in April, that pool, which says $1.5 million,
Master recreation plan.
is it going to cost us?
Okay, we will ask that question. We've already reached out to him, but the guy that did this is gone. There may be a reason for that.
Well,
I don't know.
is the company gone?
No, but
Well, if the company's
already-
not gone, they should be able to update it, should they
Yes,
not?
and we will-
If there's a cost, let us know.
we will ask the question. Absolutely. We already have, but we will do that.
Okay, moving on. Golf, restaurant marketing plan.
Are they still here?
And anything else?
You got what you need? Good afternoon, Supervisors. While he's getting set up there, I just wanted to go through a couple things on the report.
Stuff over here. Over here,
Membership's up to 94%, which is about $80,000 short of plan, but we will see another influx here in the first part to mid part of January with our seasonal folks. Still working on the capital projects. We do have on order 2 new ice machines that we're going to put on Deer Run as part of our capital project. We're actually going to put some cabinets in there too to make the restrooms look a little better out there. The ice machine on number 5 Turtle will be repaired as soon as the new part arrives. It was under warranty. So we'll get that as soon as that comes in. I don't have a projected date, but I think it's within the next couple weeks.
Are you talking about the water machines?
Ice machine, yeah.
Yeah. Are we going back to the same company? Because we've had lots of problems with all of our machines. And if we go back to the same company, I'm assuming it's going to happen again.
The new ones that we put in on Turtle, up until recently with this one that had the failed, it's a motor of some sort, they haven't been too bad. The ones that are on Deer Run are very, very old. And they're just worn out. You're right. We are repairing them often, but they live outside in the summer heat and they run a lot. So I don't know if it's necessarily a change in companies, but
Maybe we ought to buy better quality.
the ones on Turtle have been decent.
Have been pretty good up until this one started.
Right.
Well, Turtle 5's not working, right?
That's
Correct.
what I'm talking about. Up until then, they were what, 2 years old?
2 or 3. Yeah.
They had been working well. It's just this one with a part that we can't seem to get.
Right. They tried to repair it and it lasted a little bit and then we got it. Yeah. So
Deer 15
it's been down for a while. Well, it's going to cost more to repair it than it's worth. So. But the 2 I ordered for Deer Run are the same ones that we have on Turtle. Just a couple quick notes that I had from Jimmy. So if you remember last year on Deer Run number 4, 5, and a little bit on 6, we had the Poe come into the greens that was pretty annoying and wouldn't go away last year. So they have put the pre-emergent herbicide out for that this year. It's called Curb. And so far, in my inspection, I have not seen any Poe come back, but we'll keep an eye on that. We have in the fairways put out our pre-emergent program. We have overseeded the tee boxes on both courses. I'm sure you're able to see that. They have started to mow them. And as they continue to mow them, they'll get better and better. They'll probably go out and clean up a couple areas. Sometimes the seed doesn't necessarily germinate or something might happen. So they'll follow up with a little bit more seed out there to clean some of those areas up. You probably noticed that we put out a lot of new greenside bunker sand, the G-angle sand, it's the same sand we put in all the other bunkers, but we did number 8 Turtle. We did the second bunker on 11 Deer, 10 Deer, 17 Deer. All those bunkers received new sand. And we'll continue doing that as we can, kind of picking and choosing which ones need it the most. And as our budget allows. Just want to let you know that the restaurant will close on Christmas Eve at 3:30, and it will be closed all day Christmas Day. That's our typical operation that we've always done in the past. And the pro shop will be closed on Christmas Day as well. The other note with Chef Mac, he plans to remain on staff until September. As we talked about in previous meetings, we have been advertising for that position. There has been a few applicants that have come in that we've reviewed. Following the timeline, obviously we're reviewing applications now, but a no later than deadline for hiring a replacement, we have set it July 1st. Obviously, it could be sooner than that. if we find an applicant that's really good that we'd like to bring in before that, then we'll obviously have that discussion. Anybody have any questions for me at this time? I'll turn it over to David.
So Chef Max said September, he guarantees?
Yes.
Is that what he said?
Yep.
And he can walk at any time, because
Okay.
he continued the proposal. They keep talking about it in the paper. He's continuing to go down the line.
I can't hear you guys, so.
I said he continued, the MAC is continuing with his proposal to go down to the circle with this Southwest eatery. And I'm just saying, he may say September. I think he can walk at any time. I know I can see what he says. I don't feel comfortable with it.
Bill Weller and I met with him. He has not hired any general contractors. He hasn't had an architect in there yet. The paperwork's not final. September, he's guaranteed us till September. Now, everything else he's always told us has been a man of his word, so I'm going to take him at that. Obviously, we told him, that we like him here and we want him to stay, but we do need a direct timeline, and he provided it for us. I understand your concerns.
I'm just saying, you can only imagine what will happen if he leaves and we don't have a replacement. I don't want to be at that meeting. Yes.
I'm good to go. Thank you very much, supervisors, board, residents, for letting me come up here and talk a little bit about how we're going to do some marketing at the Island View Restaurant, and then really Sun and Lake all together. Basically, the way we've done it is we have a plan mapped out for the entire year for the entire facility, not just food and beverage or just golf and membership. We have an entire strategy, but what I want to talk to you about is what I pulled out of it to talk about what we're going to be doing to increase a la carte dining at the restaurant. So if you could go to the next one. All right, so the first thing is I wanted to talk about are the tools that we're going to be using. The big one is what we call revenue playbook. It's broken into a 12-month sections. We provide what the monthly focuses are, all the different tasks involved. The planning resources are outlined. We've got centralized posts, which means that we're doing them from a corporate level. And then we have organic posts, which are from the course level with recommendations and suggestions for each month. We have a full monthly calendar of communication and how that's all going to go out. And it's a living, breathing tool. We meet every 2 weeks to discuss marketing at the facility. And this will be that playbook will be the tool that we use. And I'll show you more about that playbook when we go on, as we move on here. The professional photography was a big thing. We've started that already and we need some more. It's one of the biggest challenges we have at not just this facility, everywhere is good, up-to-date photography, and especially food photography is very difficult. So we've started that process and we'll continue it throughout the year as well. Our biggest strategies, and the three that I'm really going to show you today, are the top three, are the social media focused ad campaign, which is very much bolstered over previous years. We're going to start a direct mail campaign within the Sun and Lake community for just awareness, how they can connect and what we have here. We've revamped the billboards. We're working now with the radio station to revamp our radio ads to make them more food centric. We'll continue to work with the community channels of getting out information. We'll continue to update the website, and anything you need to know about what's happening at the club should be on that website, and we'll continue to focus on improving that. And then making sure what we call our point of sale displays, that's our on-site marketing collateral, is always up to date and strong. So if you move ahead, I'd like to show you what the revenue playbook looks like. It's just a few slides. And it's, I'm only going to show you a small portion of it, but just so you have an idea what we're talking about, we'll make this available. We'll get this email to you guys. You can print it out and have a copy of the full marketing plan. But just go from there. So the first thing we do is we give the team some tools in our marketing guide of, hey, if you want to send an email out, here's how to do it. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that. The next slide will be, hey, if you want to put in for an event. It looked a lot better in my PowerPoint presentation on my computer. And then how we're going to promote an event, just so we're all on the same page. So if you skip ahead to the next one where we start getting into the marketing plan, the first thing are the ongoing tasks that we need the staff to be doing at all times here at the property. It's getting the weekly emails together, keeping the website up to date, making sure we're responding to online reviews, which are so important, that they're keeping the on-site collateral up to date, and that they're make sure that on social media we have a lot of organic posts happening. So then what we'll do is each month we'll have 3 basic sections. So the first section is what is our focus and what are the things that we're focusing on this month. It doesn't mean that's the only thing we're doing, but these are the biggest things that we're focused on for that particular month. As you can see in January, we're really going to promote banquets and celebrations right after the holidays. A lot of people get engaged, so we're going to focus on that. We're going to promote ways for people in the community to stay connected with the golf course, because that always seems to be an issue, is people just not knowing. So we want to get some awareness campaigns out there on how you can stay connected with what's happening, and then what we're going to be doing for our a la carte marketing. So what we do is we take all of our focuses and we put them into this program called Rike. It's a tool that we use. It's a project management tool. And so if Mike wants to send out an email, he puts the request into Rike with all the information. Then our team takes it and we get the email sent out. So the Rike is a kind of a newer tool for us, and it's been really, really amazing. And I'll show you one of the cool things that it does for us as we move forward here. On the left was just some notes of what I do. I also give them some resources, some things to be thinking about as we're doing additional programming and planning at the facility. I want them to know what are the PGA events and LPGA events, what our big focus is from a corporate standpoint. Every month we have a new theme that we want to promote, whether it's family golf, it could be military. January's, I don't know why it's still TBD. I'll get that one updated. Any major dates of interest that they need to know about it, and then any big sporting events, because you can plan promotions around that. In the purple there on top, we're going to show them, these are the posts that we're doing from a corporate standpoint. And then underneath here are a bunch of recommendations of things that you can do to stay connected. And then the last page is going to be a calendar. Now that calendar is not a calendar of events. That's a calendar of communication. Days that emails are going out, days that social media posts are going out, or ads, and any other type of communications that we're doing. So we are able to have this calendar for every month to make sure that we do have really good communication planned out. That's what Rike produces for us. It's really been a great help for us. So that's really, and then so for the rest of the months, we'll have those 3 pages as well. Also on top of that, so then when we want to promote with our Facebook ad campaigns, so what we're doing with that is we've figured out the target audience, and we are not gonna limit it. It's 21 to whoever's still alive, to whatever age, and anybody who wants to eat, which is everybody. So we're going to get it out there. We're going to focus within a 15-mile radius around in Sun and Lake. I really think we're going to push that back to 10, looking at just looking at the maps. But what we'll reach is, we expect to reach about 65,000 people. Now, the way it's going to work is each month there'll be numerous ads that go out, and when I say 65,000 people, one person might see 4 ads, and so that counts as 4. They're seeing it multiple times. It's built for you to be able to see the ads multiple times. We don't want it to just come once into your feed. We want you to see multiple ads multiple times, and that's how it's going to stick. So we're looking to reach anywhere between 42,000 and 123,000 hits. And then we want about 1,000 people to click on it to learn more information. And that's on a monthly basis, but we'll continue to look at the data and make adjustments as we need to. That's the beauty of online marketing, that you can make changes on the fly very quickly based on results. So depending on how they're performing, our team from a corporate level will look at those numbers on a daily basis and make the adjustments as we need to. So what are our Facebook ads going to look like? Okay, so we're going to have a daily specials campaign, and it's not live right now, so you can't see that there, but there's multiple pictures. It's what's called a carousel. So it's going to, each night, there's different theme nights, and we're going to promote them from a social media standpoint through that ad. Now, that's going to be Facebook, Instagram. It's going to go into Reels and Stories, and it's also going to go into Messenger. So if you're using social media, you'll be able to find us many different ways throughout social media as well. So that'll be one of the campaigns we're going to continue to run. We'll have, I'm sorry, if you could go back. I wasn't ready yet, sorry. We'll have a restaurant brand awareness campaign, just letting people know that, hey, we're here, we're open to the public, come out, we want everybody to come. We're going to promote happy hours. We're also going to look at some early bird and some late night happy hour campaigns that we'll add to it as well. So we're going to focus that. You can go to the next page. We'll also going to do a big promotion on corporate events. That one will dial in a little bit more, obviously, and we'll make sure it's segmented and won't have the same numbers, but we are going to push corporate events, and that's also, when I say corporate events, it's also charity events, weddings, parties of all kinds. And then we'll also continue to have golf campaigns along the way. So this is going to be a much more concentrated effort than we have in the past. We'll put more money behind it, and we'll be able to reach a lot more people locally. So that'll be the social media campaign side of it. This is what we're talking about for a direct mail piece. Just trying to get people to know, hey, this is a place we want you to come. We're really going to push the open to the public. And to come out and see us today. So the front is on the left, the back is with the little QR code that people can use, and it'll take them to our website to give them more information. So that will be the direct mail campaign that we're going to send out in January to the local, just to the Sun and Lake community mostly. And then the new digital billboards that we've put together. You know, we went through many different designs, and the big thing is we want people to know that they can come, whether they live here or not, and what we have. And that one has hit us all. Like, we all saw it and immediately said, yeah, that's the one. You drive past that, you know everything you need to know what we do here, and if you can come or not, and everybody's just going to Google us to get more information anyway. So that's how that digital billboard is going to work. And again, because it's digital, we can update and change that as well. And we're working on another one because we have 2 options that we can use, and one that'll be more geared towards events. So that'll be the big new focuses that we'll be doing for a la carte dining, for marketing.
Any questions? I mean, I think the plan that you got is it's a good plan, but I don't think it's going to accomplish what we're looking to accomplish.
What are you looking to accomplish?
More business, more revenue. I think that helps, but I think we missed the boat on what we're trying to achieve. Let me ask you this. We have a special every night, just about. So in January, we've had the specials for 3 months. So we must have a pretty good gauge on good ones and bad ones. And there's always going to be good ones and bad ones. So what's the plan to replace them? And what are we going to replace them with in January? I can tell you there is no plan.
What do you mean by the day? What do you mean by?
If we have a special every night, they all are not successful. So we should be changing them like every 3 or 4 months with something new. Get people interested. You know, that's how you keep people interested in the restaurant. Is if Italian night's not working out on Thursdays, then we should have something else. But we should plan this out. We shouldn't have to wait for somebody to tell us. We should probably change out the 2 weakest specials every 4 months or every 3 months. What's the plan to change the menu next? Do we have one? These are things, but I'm just saying, I'm just bringing them up because that's how.
Absolutely, and you're 100% right on all of that. So we, the new menu's been out for 5 weeks now, and same thing with some of our weekly specials. And yes, we will reevaluate at the first of the year. But when we go to change those and all that other stuff, that's the information that we do on site. I'll work with our on-site team, Chef Mac, whoever we have, going in the future. And that's the information I bring to David. And that's when we sit down, we've been meeting every week, sometimes a couple times a week here in the last few weeks, but we'll be meeting every other week. And that's the information that I'll be giving to him. So when we go to change our marketing pieces, our billboard, our Facebook ads, when we make that decision that we're going to make a change, menus, all that stuff, that's what the on-site team will work with their team. But it still falls all into this plan is how we're going to get it out.
Let me give you another example. We do coupon books, right?
Absolutely.
How do you track them?
So with the coupon books, it's all at the point of sale. So if, say on the golf side, when they bring in a coupon book, they're gonna bring in that under that specific item.
Should we not have a coupon for them to bring into you guys when they're ordering the food so we can determine what kind of response you're getting for the money that you're putting into it?
And we've done those, and the ones that, well, if you see the coupon book right now, and actually we're actually currently doing our one for January, we're getting it ready right now. And yes, we've done that before, where if you want 25% off coupon in there, yes.
I'm not telling you what to put on the coupon, but how do you know it's working if you don't capture the coupons?
How do you trace it? How do you know where your revenue is going?
So when we do coupons, it's right at the point of sale. So if they do bring in something, which we've done those ads kind of before, you do.
You have to give them something. I agree.
Absolutely.
To get them to bring in the coupon. Maybe it's $2 off, $3 off, whatever it is. That's the only way you could track a coupon.
And you're absolutely right. And same thing with our Facebook ads and all that. Like if you read all of our Facebook ads, especially on the golf side, you'll see where it says must mention this ad, and then it goes into our POS system so we can see how many rounds come out of that. We do that. The current ad in the coupon book right now for the restaurant is the one that's in December is our weekly specials. So no, obviously we're not going to data track that specific ad, but it's going to be hard to data track this specific ad. When it comes to marketing, there's a lot of things, that you market, and he may have data on that you don't get to track. But I'm 100%, when I work with my on-site team, I think just like you do when it comes to that, I tell them all the time that I want to be data tracking this at the register.
I'm a great believer, and you and I have had this conversation of if you want to get something, you got to give something.
Absolutely.
And we don't give anything. For the most part, we don't. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, in the old days, they used to have those coupons. If you stub it, you get 10 stubs, you get a free meal or something like that.
Yeah.
We don't do anything along those lines. And I'm not saying that's the vehicle to use. Please don't misunderstand me.
Right.
But we're not trying anything to get people to come in. This is great to have a plan like this. But what are we going to do to get the people to come in? You got to give something to get them to come in.
So and
that's my point.
We've had plenty of those conversations, and we had a couple of ideas that we've already in the process of bringing out. Just to your point, we've had some discussions on folks that used to like the old sunset dining where you got a free glass of wine. So in my opinion, where I think we have the most opportunity is probably more in the, I don't really want to call it late night because it's really not that late, but we want to bring a program like that where they get a free draft beer, free glass of wine. We're putting that plan together now. So, it would be between
used-
6:30 and 8, we
used to
would,
do
we would
that.
enter
Remember
that.
$10 meals for dinner? Now, this is before everything went crazy. $10 meals for dinner and you got a glass of free wine. I mean, that wasn't that long ago. Maybe now it's $14 and you get a glass of free wine.
Right.
But still, it's something.
Right,
I-
and that,
I
and
just
and we're-
don't-
that's, we've been talking about it for the last 2 weeks. We're going to bring something like that back. But we want to do it in an opportune window for us.
Have you done anything about in the, what's the thing you're working on? Have you given them any ideas on what you want to do as far as?
In
the new
their,
home?
We've talked about it. I asked for Fish Slap also to make some recommendations there instead of leaving it super open-ended. Say, what do you guys think we should put in? Because I said, look, we really want to incorporate golf in the
Fish
restaurant.
Lab can't make the recommendation on what the special should be. That should come from them and then they format it, right?
I mean, they could
Fish
probably
Lab's
make a
going to tell
rec.
them what to do from a marketing standpoint?
Well, they're a marketing firm.
But we should have something really quick for the current brochures. I mean, I'm telling you, I'll just repeat it one more time. We can't continue, somebody said it before, to have the losses that we're having. I'd rather have you try something and come back and say, you guys are crazy, it cost us 10,000, we're 10,000 worse, but we tried everything that we could think of. We got nothing to lose. We don't.
I mean, you can go to Cody's and get a hamburger at the bar early at 4 o'clock. Why not have an early bird special? Most of us are not late night people. We drop the ball at 10 o'clock.
No, correct. And that, you know, and to answer your question, so yes, our clientele's not a late night crowd. So our busiest time is between 4 and 6. So we don't need to cram any more people in there. So our game plan and what we're working on is we're going to try to have the special be from 6 or 6:30 to 8, because that's where the biggest opportunity is. So that's the program that we're coming out is we're going to fill that the areas that we're not busy.
We're just
On this ad right here, open to the public, join us today. I would much rather see the join us today gone and open to the public in bigger letters.
Okay.
People are driving 55 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're going to see.
They're not working.
Bottom line is we pay these guys for their expertise, and if they're not experts, we need to get somebody in here that is. So we don't need to be telling them what to do. We need to tell them this is not acceptable performance.
Yeah.
And I think you would admit that's a fair assessment.
I think so. Yeah.
I'm just trying to throw out things.
I know you're
Not
trying to
all
help.
of them will work. Not all of them should be tried.
Mhm.
But we're not trying anything. I don't think.
I just need something different.
I get, unfortunately, it just seems to continue to fall on deaf ears that we keep telling you that it's not working. But yet, and then you come in with some plan that you think is going to make a difference, and it hasn't. But yet you expect us to continue on. And it's to the point where, yeah, you know,
I want to, so what, my question is what is your tool of measurement to how we're doing? So over the last 3 years, well, obviously you got to take kind of COVID out of it. So if you really give us the last 2 years, year over year, revenue wise, the restaurant was pretty close to $100,000 more in revenue than it has at any time in the previous years. So if revenue dollars is what you're looking for and cover served, what we're doing is working. We are getting busier. We're finding more revenue streams. Everything is
Maybe we should
is getting
change
better.
revenue to profit. Is that better if I say profit dollars?
And I totally agree. And I totally agree that last year on the bottom line could have been better, but we definitely struggled with several things. And our trends now that we're staffed properly and we're getting all those things underlined, I think our cost of goods are getting better. When you start to see, you know, the last couple months and even October, which those financials you'll be seeing soon, a lot of those things are now falling in line. And that's when we're going to see the bottom line grow. But the top line revenue, it has been growing. We are finding new people to come in here.
Listen, Mike, we're just trying to throw out, I think, ideas that we want you to consider.
Yeah.
And we want you guys to really do it yourselves. We don't want to, this is not a comfortable thing for me to be saying, you should try this, you should try that. That's not my job.
Right.
But your job is to stimulate the traffic and decrease the losses. That's your job.
No, absolutely. And believe me, me and David have spent several hours with his team and my team, and we've talked about a lot of these ideas that you're talking about. You know, the greatest thing with working with them is they work with all sorts of other clubs. What's working at the other clubs? What's not working at the other clubs? And we've spent several hours discussing all those things, and that's where we've come up with, you know, our marketing plan and a lot of things that we're going to do. But a lot of that information does come from us on site.
I think you got the message of what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
From our standpoint, what we're looking for.
Mhm.
I think this is a great step. I mean, what you're doing, it's good. But I think you got to go a little further with other things to stimulate the business. We don't have the traffic that we used to have. We've lost a lot of residents. A lot of residents. I mean, I remember Wednesday night when we used to come in from playing golf, there'd be 4 or 5 tables of us having dinner. Ain't nobody no more. So we've turned off the residents as well as the general public, I think, my personal opinion. So we've got to figure out a way to get them back. That's all. And you've done some good things. The service, I think, has improved. You know, I mean, the staff, I think, is probably the best it's been in a while. But you got to get the dollars to support it. That's it. You guys want to, if it's a critique on them, I'd rather not, but go ahead, give it a shot.
Bill Norcross, a quick comment from Mike and David, I guess. On their advertising, I'd like to see Sun and Lake. Pictures of Sun and Lake people in Sun and Lake golf courses. Every time you get one of these advertising things, you get pictures of some golf course out west or the Bahamas, and all the people look like they just come out of Playboy. I like to see real people. Our people are good-looking people, aren't we?
Did you say Playboy?
We have a lot of, I couldn't hear you that.
You did say Playboy, didn't you?
But anyhow, just try to understand, you pick up a brochure and you look at these things and it's not real. You want real pictures of real people and real golf courses. That's it. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick again, my name is Karen Emery. I'm not a marketing major, but I'm a common sense person to get where I'm at in life. But I think you're missing opportunity we have the Heartland's games here, and you can't put together a box of a meal for under $15. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? That is a missed opportunity when you could actually market people that are here in our community.
In their defense, we didn't know we had some of us didn't know we had the Heartland games till today.
Well, I thought she said that this was brought to you and agreed upon for January.
For a box lunch.
Yeah, box lunch. He's bringing in a vendor, she said, because she can't afford it. She went to
I
the.
retract my last statement.
I thought we're voting on a vendor.
Yeah.
I thought we're gonna.
No, you.
Island View was approached first, and they couldn't produce a box for $15, so she's going to another vendor. That was what I got out of it. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm thinking you're missing out when you got people right on your grounds and you're not advertising. That's my thought.
Valid point. Any other comments from the board or the residents?
I misunderstood that. On this Heartland's games, I thought she was asking.
Your mic's not working.
I thought she was asking about bringing someone in, and she was asking us. So she's telling us she's bringing something in, and we're not going to give Mike, our restaurant, a chance to.
He already quoted at $15 for a box lunch, and she said that's too expensive. That's why she's going someplace else.
So what could the box lunch get down to?
Right.
I mean,
Now that's common sense. That's a good question. What can it get to? I mean, give Michael a chance.
I have I have her on my list to call this afternoon, and I'll figure that out.
Let's keep the business here in Sun and Lake. That's what I want to do.
She tried.
She tried. She tried, and they told her $15.
I can make a box lunch for under 10. Give it to me.
You're hired.
Chicken wraps and a bag of chips and a Coke. You got it.
I misunderstood what you, I'm sorry. I thought you was asking us what to do.
It's on my list.
I played in the Highlands game, the bridge and the euchre over at that's what we got, a chicken wrap
So why couldn't
from
we do
Walmart, cut in half, and a bag of chips.
that? We could do that. I don't know why they couldn't do it. I'm sorry, that's a missed opportunity.
And when you're working, it tasted pretty good, I'll tell you.
I agree with you.
Michael.
So just to clarify, so we're a little bit outside of the scope of what we were talking about here. But yes, so, you know, and that's probably what the offer was on a box lunch. And we do tournaments and all sorts of box lunches like that. But you also got to remember that's an inclusive price, okay? So it's not $15 plus tax, plus gratuity, as you would see something on the menu. So if you're looking at something that's more like in the $9 range, and then, you know, obviously when we do box lunches, you're going to incur the cost of all the material to box individual lunches. But, you know, we're not set up to cater off. That would be considered catering off site, because that you're looking next door. For us to go over there and cater next door, like a food vendor would, is not what we're set up to do. We could do a box lunch, and I'm not sure, I wasn't in the conversation of what was offered them in their box lunch. I mean, we could probably figure out something a little bit less, but I just want you to know that we're talking all in prices here. So that all in, you're probably looking at $10 or $11 before you get to the other stuff.
So we're going to look into it.
It's way off topic here, but.
All right, we'll look into it.
I can meet with Julie. I know Julie very well, so I can.
The issue is we've got to make the decision now because it's going to happen mid-January. But I will call her this afternoon. I'll try to talk to Michael and see if there's any way we can do whatever she wants done, but I
would prefer to do it in-house.
So would I.
I would too.
Absolutely. I would too. But Dan, you can't call this afternoon. She had a death in her family. So
okay.
Wait till Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, Monday I'll call her.
Okay. Anything else for these guys?
I'd just like to know next time that we do the Heartland Games or whatever we do, that if they're going to have food here, they buy it here. I mean, because we're giving them the
That's why we asked her to
begin
come
with.
here, because she brought it to us. She came and asked us, and we told her that's not a decision that we are prepared to make on our own, and that she needed to come and speak to the Board of Supervisors and get permission before she brought in anyone.
I didn't want to say too much to her because I didn't want to create.
I would agree with Mike going forward. I think the district makes that decision. If the board, if you want our recommendation, it's in-house.
Okay.
Right.
If
I
at
will
all
just tell her,
possible,
I
it's
told her
in-house.
that's the way it's got to be if she wants to have it here. But you know, we don't, well.
Okay.
We got a lot of people from other clubs that are going to be coming here.
Yeah.
We should put our best foot forward, put it that way.
I agree. Anything else for
But
these
if
gentlemen?
you don't want an outside vendor here, I'll tell her exactly that.
Thank you. I appreciate the work. Thank you. Anything on the restaurant committee?
Yeah.
Speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
We're going to have to get you a headset.
That, they asked me that. I met with Brian and Bill Wheeler. Bill Wheeler.
There you go.
Corporate. And we talked about the restaurant committee. They asked what we were looking for. I explained it to them. The restaurant committee has done pretty well, I think. I did have some problems with certain people overstepping their bounds. We straightened that out. I think the restaurant has improved a lot. I'm meeting with Michael and Jessica and their staff. They've been great with me. We had a dinner, I think it was Saturday. I thought it went pretty well. I mean, there were some complaints. Some people, chicken wasn't done perfect, but you know what? They did 230 people. I thought it went pretty well. Service was good. So I asked my committee about, do we still need this committee? The majority of them said yes, but we didn't have to meet every month. And after meeting with Brian and Bill, they thought we should meet once a month because they felt that the committee has helped. So I'll be meeting in January with the committee, and we'll be going over that, and I'll get back to you. We'll be meeting once a month or every 6 weeks. I'm not really sure how we're going to do it, just to keep things going. So that's really much, that's all I got to say. And if anyone has any questions about the committee, I can answer them now.
Mike, do you have minutes or any written reports that
We
I?
do have minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't get into that. But
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I would just say Saturday night did go well, service-wise and meal-wise. But the steak was back to what we've always had. And we had talked about possibly upgrading that slightly to like it was on, what was it, Halloween that we had?
Yeah, so obviously we had the discussion. We understand what happened on Halloween, but on this situation, I've sent Dan some information on that. But the one thing that we ultimately got to remember when it comes to this is it's not my decision whether we charge more and upgrade the steak. This event is put on by the MGA. So the MGA would make the decision on how much money they want to spend. And if they want to purchase an upgrade, it means no difference to me if they want the better steak. They have that option. It's just like if somebody wants to bring in a wedding, I don't tell them, you have to have the top steak, or we would fit in their budget. It's their choice if they would like to do that.
Did you price this other steak to them?
I put it all together and I've given it to Dan, and I've spoke to them. If they want to.
Never mind.
Michael,
I've spoke with the MGA board president, yes. But
about pricing.
Correct. But you got to remember when we did the Halloween, when we were back and doing the Halloween couples, this event's already, that event's already booked and done.
We're not supposed to be
We're
making,
months ahead of
we shouldn't be making a lot of money off of our own membership. Just to let you
Oh,
know.
believe me, the prices is definitely lower than the public price, which I presented to Dan as well.
Let me ask you this. I forgot to bring this up before. I know there was a problem a couple of Fridays ago where you restricted the amount of people that took reservations on to 100. Hear me out now before you get defensive. And you had entertainment that night.
Mm-hmm.
And you had a full menu.
Mm-hmm.
But you're able to serve 200 or so people with a limited menu. So my question to you would be, maybe that's a consideration going forward.
Mm-hmm.
If you have live entertainment, restrict the menu to afford more people to attend. You'll come out ahead.
No, I'm 100% with you, and I've done that in the past, and I've had complaints about having restricted menus. But if we could, so we're doing that same event coming up again in January, same band and everything. SNL Drive's coming back. We could put 253, probably 250 would be max.
Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Well, we can we can, but what's going to happen is we're going to need everybody to RSVP in advance if we have a 2-option dinner, and we do this when we do New Year's Eve, we do it when we do Valentine's Day.
So do it.
We
here's an example of not taking the bull by the horn
Yeah,
and saying,
no.
we want 250 people here. You got 3 choices. When you make your reservations, or 2 choices.
Yep.
When you make your reservations, tell us what you want, and you'll be taken care of. And you get 250 people at whatever price, as opposed to 100 people at a different price.
Yeah,
But that's supposed to come from you guys, not
it
from
has, and I have, and every time there's a reaction, and I'm more than happy to go back and do that again, and I can already tell you the complaints you'll get going after that. So I will do it again.
I'd rather piss off people telling them that there's a restricted menu than telling people we're booked full and they walk in and there are empty tables.
Well, it's a
I have a
communication
choice.
issue. So if you're going to do that, you just need to tell them. And I don't mean tell the people, I mean tell these people, so that when somebody comes and jacks them up because they didn't get whatever tofu they wanted, they know why. And then they can address it. But you give them surprises, they're not going to like it. I can promise you that.
I assume you'd want as many people as can. You got to be paying for the band.
No, absolutely. So that's the game plan going to this next deal. I actually sat down with Dan. We talked about doing buffets, and I know a lot of people don't like buffets, but we could serve plenty that way as well.
Just a thought. Thank you. All right, anything else? Let's move on to working. Maybe we ought to look at revisiting the speaker system. We were once talking about microphones on it. This system seems to be giving us some troubles.
So the system was largely, we've been working on it to make the current system work and working with Chris to make small improvements, but those were kind of halted. We're at the point now where I've been given permission to work with Coral to start getting some headsets and better audio equipment. That way you guys aren't having the issues.
If you can make it better, you have our permission.
Absolutely. And I'm going to be working with Coral, and we'll work directly with Coral, Dan, and Dane, and make sure that we can get that approved and get it done.
Do you guys hear everything?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a project that has been a work in progress, but we haven't had the permission to move forward on it. Now that I'm working with Coral and Dan, we should be able to get a pretty quick resolution to get what we need in here, okay?
Okay. We'll let you guys deal with it.
We need batteries that last more than 4 hours.
I'm sorry?
And I
We
guess,
need she says we either need better batteries or shorter meetings. Which one you want?
All right. Engineering. Drew. Bob.
You skip Bob.
Whomever.
We'll go together. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bob Brumfield, the Road and Drainage Supervisor. Dog Park. We finally got signage yesterday. Resident-only signs, wheelchair access only signs. We'll put those up today. Also, Mr. Herrick, I got no outlet sign for Pebble Beach to put up. That might be up already.
Is security?
It's just not Pebble, it's Pebble, San Bruno, San Benito.
Yes, every one of them, yep.
Security's phone number is on
parking.
the sign?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Security phone number is on the sign?
On the resident-only sign?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's on the, I believe it's on the.
It's on the rules sign. It's not on the resident only sign that's on the outside, but it's on the rules sign that's in the dog park, yes.
Okay.
There's still parking right in front. I mean, every time I go by, there's somebody parking in front. I don't know how you fix it, if it can be fixed. I'm just telling you, we haven't gotten to the point where they know where to go with the carts.
All right, so just so I know, because I got a text right here while I was sitting here, that someone.
Speak into the microphone.
Someone's dog bit another dog, and it was a outside person. So now the dog park is resident only. Am I correct?
Yes.
Resident, okay. Okay, how are they going to, or Bob, going to
If you'll
police
give
it?
him 2 minutes, he'll tell you.
Okay.
And he was looking into the cost, somebody was going to look into the cost.
The card access, so you can lock the gates. I got pricing this morning from one fence company. It's expensive, a standalone, which can be programmed at that spot. And you can put in block numbers. You can do a lot of them at the same time. Say you program 1 through 50 or 1 through 100 or whatever. Those to get the gate with the magnetic locks with the standalone card reader is about $3,000 per gate. And we have 3 gates.
So how 3,000 per gate?
3,000 per gate. Plus the cards are $5 each. So there's an expensive for that.
That still sounds cheaper than the 25,000 we were talking
Are
about.
they the same cards that you use to get into this facility?
They won't work here. They'll only work there. And that's just a standalone. I don't have a price on the computer like what we have throughout the district. I don't have a price on that yet.
Does that include the price to run power?
The electrical part would be another $1,500. So we're looking at about $12,000 to do 3 different gates.
Personally, if it's $12,000 to settle this issue, I would vote yes.
And
I would vote yes. I would vote yes.
What, my only question would be, I know right now at the pickleball courts, we just let people in.
Yeah.
I mean, and aren't we going to end up doing the same thing here?
That's a possibility, yes.
And
If
then
they
we're,
do and somebody's dog bites them, we know who is in and who isn't, I'm
The
assuming.
cards, each person that gets a card will be registered to that person. And you can monitor who's in and out.
well, it's the same as the pickleball court because we have problems with people letting people
But
in
we
there.
also,
If you see that person doing that, letting the person.
Well, they don't get in trouble at the pickleball court.
I don't,
Nobody's turning them in then.
I think this is a good
It's
start.
got to be some, a little
It's a
bit of
really good
self-policing
start.
here is going to be required. You can't have a fail-safe. Somebody's always going to let somebody else in if you let them.
and now we have a code of conduct.
That's what I was gonna say.
that will
We didn't address it in the
police
code
that.
of conduct, but I can definitely make that change. So that, I mean, it's a violation to, violating the
Absolutely.
rules is a violation. And if
Absolutely.
you violate the rules, you may be suspended, period.
Listen, we had, and this is personal and I am sorry. My husband went over there Sunday while I was at church and a dog knocked him down by the fence so he could pull himself back up and then barked at my dog. The lady was sitting on the bench, never offered to help my husband up, never recommended her dog, and she was from outside. Now, I'm sorry. You can't do that. What if there was a child in the small dog park and got bit? We have a liability. We have to police this. We have to control it. I'm sorry.
I kind of agree with you, Beverly, but
Ariel?
I know all these problems aren't from outside people because I go there, but I understand what you're saying. And it sounds to me like I can go along with it, but I just don't want different rules in different places. And
I don't think it's a
but
different rule.
it isn't all
It
outside
isn't-
people.
It isn't a different rule, Mike.
What is if we open up the pickleball courts, which I heard we might do that.
But if it's open, then there's nobody violating anything because they're just letting them in.
I thought the pickleball courts were open anyway, aren't they?
No, they're not.
No, they're
No,
not.
you have to be a member of the pickleball, or the racket club in
And
essence.
they're letting them in and
No, we took our PAC money to build those courts, so we have to allow outside people to be members, but they pay $150, $75 a year to be members.
so they're letting them in.
So Ariel, I have a question. What's the age, what's the youngest person is supposed to be in a dog park? Because somebody, there was residents said that somebody had their baby carriage in there and the dogs are running around and they had cookies in their stroller. What is the age?
There is no age.
I doubt if we have one.
I think they're supposed to be.
Give me a second. I don't know that off the top of my head. Let me
Okay.
look up my rules and
Well, I
regulations.
just want to make sure that we address that
There
too.
is an age.
No?
Guests under the age of 16 must be accompanied by an adult. Guests under the age of 5 are not permitted inside the dog park is what's
Right.
on the rules listed in the dog
Right.
park.
I thought there was a.
It's on those
Right.
big old signs. And I think we have 2 in each dog park.
Well,
I'm surprised.
I mean, I think at this point in time, Bob, we would like you to get good quotes, get your other quote, like you did with the dog park, put it on a piece of paper for us. This is what it's going to cost. These are your options, and we'll decide when you have that information.
Okay. And also the recall for the garbage cans. I spoke with Bob
Yeah.
Diefendorf with the county, and he says we should go to the end of the year just to start a new year fresh. So I'll have an email go out Monday that states that as far as the trash cans,
Good.
recycle bins brought back won't be accepted after the first of the year.
That's fine, good.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
One other thing with the dog park, can you put signs where they would park, resident only? All right?
Yes, we could do that.
I'll check, if you want me to check in, I think if you want towing to be an option, I think we are required to put, if towing is going to be an option, you have to put a sign up that says, tow away zone, and we have to determine what towing company we would use and have that information on the sign.
You talking about the dog park?
The dog park is golf carts.
Oh, okay.
It's not regular.
Towaway zone for golf carts?
down there further they park.
Some of them park there on the street for the dog
Right.
park
Yeah,
too.
that,
I've seen it.
that happens, but
Yeah.
it's, the big problem is the golf carts in the front.
Okay, Drew, I think you're done. Thank you, Bob.
You're welcome.
Drew.
Yeah, I know.
This was brought to my attention probably a couple of weeks ago on Peg and Pebble West. There was a single-family resident lot that Southern Homes was building on. I guess the homeowner drove by and they saw water standing on the lot, which is not uncommon. It's different areas around here, but I guess the owner at the time wanted to back out of the purchase of building on that lot. So I got an email chain forwarded to me on trying to figure out what's going on with the lot. Why was it wet? Is it a drainage problem? What's going on? I was familiar with the lot because we've done permitting right next to it. And I put on the permit when they permitted this location that it looked to be a historical wetland. And I'm pretty sure that it is. All that was permitted to be mitigated for in the old Army Corps of Engineers permit, which I don't know if we can scroll down a little bit. There's a master map that has been put together by different permitting agencies. That's part of the map right there. It's listed as the wetland to be filled. So basically they just need to demuck it and fill it in. I believe that's the current, I don't know if it's Sunday or who knew about it, but I think the buyer is now going to go back and after they demuck it and fill it back in, it shouldn't be a drainage related problem at this time, but they are going to correct the issue and still build on it.
There's building material already delivered to the lot, so
right.
they must have changed their mind.
I did get CC'd on an email between our old environmental scientists that we had on staff and Southern Homes of Polk County. They did hire him to go out and do an environmental assessment, and he gave them depths of the muck and everything, and I believe they're going to do the proper demucking and refill, so.
Good.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
Anything else? No?
Not
Any
that-
questions for Drew?
Oh, I have a question for Bob.
Yeah.
Did you order the bag things for each things at the dog park?
I'm sorry, the what?
Where you get the bags?
Oh, the doggy pot station?
There's two of them. We need
Yes,
two
we've
more.
gotten more in.
Okay.
They should be filled up.
I get a lot of questions because they
The
don't,
one-
they know they're not gonna come in the front,
Mhm.
except the wheelchair, and they go on the sides and there's no bags there,
Okay,
on each side in the back.
okay, yes, okay.
Okay, code enforcement. Bob, you back there?
You know, we could change.
Are you awake?
I think they should be on call.
Good afternoon. I am Bob Hiltz. I'm the code enforcement officer. I included in the report for October and November, but I also included the year-end report from the previous year for as far as totals. As you can see, we have addressed the trash can issue as I was requested by the board. And we're getting good compliance from it, but we're still have to repeat a couple, hopefully to get everybody in line so they know how to store their trash cans and they're not leaving them in the driveways and along sidewalks, that kind of thing. But it is working. It's just going to take some time.
Did you have a magistrate hearing?
All the magistrate hearings were postponed.
Oh.
But they'll be rescheduled.
Okay. How many do you have?
3.
Any questions for Bob?
There we go.
Bob.
Thank you.
How about Miguel? Is he here?
4 hours is. 4 hours he sat here for that. A waste of labor. It's a waste of labor.
Yes, sir.
Miguel Hernandez from security. For the month of November and the watch orders, we went from October to 705 to 500. In November, we had around 3 calls to the sheriff's office, mostly regarding dogs loose. And our mileage, in total, we did 7,142 miles between both vehicles. And we did around 90 calls for the month.
I got a question. I think last meeting, I think I cut you off before you had a chance.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
I don't have the October one with me.
I cut you off before you had a chance to pass this out.
Yeah.
So I guess you didn't have it with you. He gave me a traffic survey summary for San Ignacio Drive. So at the next meeting, if you would represent this to the board, so
Yes.
we could decide what we want to do on it, I would appreciate it.
No problem. I have my papers in the office.
Just make sure it gets part of the book for next month so we can look at it, review it.
No problem.
Any other questions for him? Nope. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Somebody brought up, a couple of guys brought up a point. We got to figure out a way. I think it's important that the committee reports on a monthly basis.
The what?
I think it's important that the committee members report on their committees monthly. Okay. However, it's been brought to my attention that to have them sitting here for 4 hours or 3 hours is probably not necessarily a good thing either. So I will throw it out to you guys. Maybe we should put them first in the meeting, or I don't know what we have to do, but I happen to agree. I think for them to sit this long and I assume their time could be used to a greater use out of this building.
So there's some real smart comments going on over here. I don't know if you can hear them or not. But they don't mind if you waste my time and they don't want theirs wasted.
I don't know how we fix the situation, or if we tell them don't come for 2 hours, or how we should do it, but I think you're going to comment on this?
I do have a comment on this.
Oh, Jesus.
Last one.
All right. The meeting's 4 hours. I'm hungry. You all hungry?
Yeah.
Why can't we have a meeting? This is important stuff.
Yes.
It's discouraging to even us retired to come and give 4 hours of their day. If we had an agenda of covering half of this in 2 weeks, and then the other half, the other 2 weeks, that helps the staff that you're employed and paying for wouldn't have to sit here for 4 hours. And seriously, we would come to the meeting that was pertinent to our agenda needs. So I think you're valuable. I know every one of you have worked hard. I don't know if you get paid or who's getting paid, but 4 hours of your day is a big commitment. So that is my comment.
Thank you.
And I am Karen.
Thank you.
I'll work on it.
See what you come up with.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay. Anything else on security? Any follow-up items? Any new business?
Motion to adjourn.
Discussion to and from board? Okay, with that, the board, what?
You'll entertain a motion.
Wait a minute. With that, the board wishes all of us and all of you happy holidays, et cetera, and we'll see you next year. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
The meeting is, do I have to vote on it? No, we don't have to vote. We have to vote.
Second.
Quickly.
All right.
Vote.
He did already.
Aye.
By acclamation, we can.
Are we good?
We done?
We're done.
Carl.
We didn't vote.
Yeah. She's been sitting there eating them.
They had candy on that side.
Yeah.
We didn't have
We
it.
never get any candy in
The
front of us.
text I sent my wife.
But you got candy.